face that running up.
Good evening, gentlemen. It's your boy, Sir Yeetus. Welcome to episode 146 of Yeetus' Thoughts. I told you guys that I'll be back with another live stream, okay? Because I think that this will be a hilarious discussion to talk about when it comes to modern women. For some godforsaken reason, they want to use social media as their personal diary, right? And it's pretty much an oxymoron, right? Let's go back and talk about it for a bit. They are using social media where millions upon millions of people can look into your personal life if they wanted to. Yet they are outing their personal secrets. They're outing their bad behavior and decisions on the platform just so they can get some type of validation, so they don't have to feel bad for their horrible decisions and horrible behavior. That's pretty much what it is, gentlemen. For some reason, modern women, they use social media as their personal diary, even though millions of people can see it, in hopes that their how you say their emotions can be validated, their decisions can be justified, right? That's pretty much all it is. But before we begin, and I'm sure you guys already know, the shield is going to come. You guys were already generous earlier today, beyond generous, actually. You guys are not playing around earlier. But if you want to support your boy, Sir Yeetus in the Warband, the two links are on top of the chat, Cash App and PayPal. Those are the best possible way to donate. Whether you just want to donate just because, or you just want me to pay attention to what you have to say, I'll be able to go there immediately and definitely address your donation or address any statement or questions you have. But if you can't, super chat, super thanks, all forms of donations are greatly appreciated. All right, let me bring in the one, the only Grey Ghost. What's going on?
Good evening. Well, as for what's going on, here's kind of the latest thing. Take a listen.
What is that, marbles?
I'm starting to make some dice.
Fuck. I was just thinking about dice, but I went with marbles. God damn it.
Yeah.
Dice for what? Like,
Honestly, just to make them out of stone. I'm making some stone dice.
I was thinking about like Dungeons and Dragons and all that stuff because I rarely played Dungeons and Dragons. I'm talking about the actual board game. But when I do, it is honestly the most fun I've ever had in forever. Like honestly, like you with your boys, and I'm assuming that your boys are 21 and over. So half of the boys are drunk as fuck already, and this is a freestyle adventure when it comes to Dungeons and Dragons. So anything goes. I'm telling you, gentlemen, it is way too much fun. I'm not really a fan of board games, but when you are with your crew, it is literally one of the most fun you can ever have.
Oh yeah. Well, I am painting up some Warhammer minis, so that's closely related to D&D. And they use a lot of dice with those, but that's more wargaming with troop units. So I'm painting up a green skin army right now. Just got some new paints for the skin today.
Uh-oh. Are you gonna sell it on the market, Spread the word of the warband? That'll be pretty legit.
Some pre-painted green skin minis. If people like them of that high quality, then I guess I wouldn't object to it. Kind of expensive. I'm not exactly fast with these things.
Can't underestimate the fandom of the Dungeons and Dragons, especially if you look cool as a character, they won't hesitate to buy.
I'll definitely consider it. Gotta get on that side hustle grind, so.
I see what you're saying, but at the end of the day, we're going to start this conversation. The topic what what do you believe is the phenomenon of women that have social media? They just have this urge to admit or urge to brag about their atrocities that they put towards men.
I think a lot of it is like an evolution of human communications, because like first we had like the women just gossiping to each other's faces, and it was like the in secret between all the housewives. Then we had them sending letters of all kinds of salacious details back and forth to each other. Then the invention of the phone happened, and women became the social networking hubs for everyone, like within a certain radius that they could get in contact with. Now we're up to the internet. So there's like just that kind of natural aspect to it. I think women, they communicate. They get a high off of it. They like to talk, and they like to recount all kinds of details, encounters, and oh, so Mabel says next, and I says to Mabel, I says, that kind of shit. But then the second part of it, well, we also know that women, females in particular, respond very highly to human faces. So social media is like, no matter what your social media, almost guaranteed there's going to be a majority of faces as the profile picture. Like, it's called Facebook, not Feetbook. That's something else. And honestly, Feetbook would probably appeal more to a male audience.
Agreed.
But that's where it goes, because it's faces. Like, the women, they just see the faces, they type the message, they think, oh, I'm talking to these faces. What they don't see is the abstract. And that's why consequences for it are so hard for them to grasp. Because, like, we're men, like, we don't think, oh, I see a face, therefore I'm talking to a face who's that person. No, we can abstract and we can comprehend that we're posting shit on social media with consequences. And that's more generalized, because I've seen some pretty stupid fucking dudes post like literal crimes they're committing on social media. So
yeah, that's true. I definitely agree with that one. So with that aspect, I see what you're saying when it comes to, even though that these very same women can face long-term consequences for posting their own faults. I'm not just saying any faults, right? No petty shit. I'm talking about some heinous acts that they committed against men, or they really believe that they have the sexual empowerment, the sexual liberation, and long term, these men that looks up her name and sees all the provocative photos or how many dudes she's been with, they don't take her seriously. And then she acts dumb and confused.
well, and I think it goes to a couple different aspects. And I'm not even liquored up yet, and I'm already slurring my words. Anyway, I think a big part of it is how they communicate it. Because one pattern I've noticed with women is that when they want to talk about heinous shit or mistreat someone, they go with direct verbal communication. They rarely do it over text. Have you seen that? Or is that just me?
No, I agree with you. That's pretty much how it goes. They're definitely not direct, not like men.
Well, that's the thing. So, like, if they want to abuse, well, it's not even that they're not direct, it's the plausible deniability. Think about it. There's no records of a phone call. If they text you some heinous shit, there's a record of that. If they call you up and bitch you out, there's no record. There's just a record that they called you.
But have you noticed a lot of them are just too lazy to even talk on the phone? They will unfortunately much rather text. And then that's how they eventually get called out.
It might be a generational thing.
At least with Gen Z.
Yeah, Gen Z I can understand, but I think it's Gen Xers and millennials. I've seen a lot more. They will text, to get some kind of communication or information. But if they give a phone call, it's because they want to do some ad lib abuse.
True, but cesspool. What do you mean by that, though?
We had I was part of the debate we had on Friday where I was saying that him and Real Talk were thinking more about the macro scale abstract problems and pointing out that their method was trying to solve that, whereas my methods are trying to find like concrete things that people can do in their day-to-day lives on the micro scale to deal with the current issues that we're facing.
See, and that's the biggest issue. Why can't people think about both macro and micro? Why can't people think about both sides of the fucking coin? And when it comes to issues that we have as society, why does it always have to be, oh, there's a huge fucking design that 3-4 people that are up on top is controlling everything? But on top of that, why can't you just hold individual people responsible because they have a sense of what's right or wrong? Like, why can't it be both? Like what the fuck? Like I'm being dead ass about this right now. Why can't it be both? That hey, yeah, there are people that are pulling strings for the bigger picture, right? The complete bigger picture. They don't really give a fuck per se about the individual. But at the same time, why can't the individual be held accountable for their fucked up decisions? And they have to pay. They have to deal with the consequences of what they've done. Why can't it be both? Why?
I don't see any real reason that it can't be both in the more objective sense. It's more so that the perception of the micro solutions being in opposition to the macro problems.
But it just makes no sense, because if it's the macro situation, then like we talked about before, then literally nobody's at fault when it comes to the masses. But if we just hold the masses at fault and not the elites, then the elites, they have no hands in this, right? Like, oh, hey, the masses chose to do this. We like, hey, that's on them. So why can't we put macro and micro together? Like, come on. But why can't we do that? Because both situations are right. Why can't both situations be right simultaneously?
Not sure exactly where so much of the conflict, but I see NBC, David. If you want to see the debate between myself, SCE, and Real Talk, I do have it all recorded. It's just a matter of going through it, seeing what needs to be edited out. Because I'd say it was a good 2.5 hours, like 2 to 2.5 hours of back and forth there. And it did get like kind of heated at times. But
can you send it to me through Google Drive?
yeah, I'd probably have to clear up some space, but yeah, I can send that to you.
So somebody said that they can't hear me pretty well. Everybody in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you're able to hear me pretty clearly. Just put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me good, but if you cannot hear me, put a 2.
Maybe look in StreamYards, go to your audio settings, and make sure your mic is all the way up and your echo cancellation is off.
Let's see. Because I'll have to actually back out per se. Hold on, let me see.
Setting.
We have to back out. Yeah.
Really?
Saying 1.
Yeah. All right. Well.
Hey, it might be something on your end, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, honestly, if it's slightly lower than me, that may be. Hold on a second. I turned my volume up for Ribby's stream because that one gets low volume complaints. If I just drop it down to 150, that should match us.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Oh, actual settings. See, I'm being dumb right now. Okay.
Yeah. No, I dropped mine down to 150. We should be equal now.
How do you even drop it down? I
just click the settings gear, click the audio tab, and then there's a mic volume slider.
Yeah. Yeah. It's literally reaching the top of the bar when I talk. So
Oh,
I'm pretty sure I'm good. But
yeah.
at the end of the day, gentlemen, at the end of the day, like that's why I tried to explain before, and that's why I explained when I was talking with Rishi and Riker last night. And this is what I'm trying to say now. Both parties of different sides that disagree or whatever, it doesn't mean that one person is wrong. It does not mean that. Both people can be right. Like that's what I'm talking about. Just different perspectives. Just because you have different perspectives doesn't mean the other person is wrong. What did I say about that, Gray?
Yeah, no, it's not a matter of even right or wrong. It's a question of where to focus the energy, like for the individual, and whether it's productive or counterproductive to someone else's strategy. Personally, I work with the micro, and I actually did the math to figure out to like justify it. And in order to get a critical mass of people, like just out of the United States, mind you, to actually like do some shit in order to prevent the bullshit that is coming in 8 years, you'd have to convince 6,500 people every single day on average over the next 8 years.
Yeah, and I definitely see where you're coming from. But that's what a lot of people, especially people that's within the manosphere, right? And of course, we're not in the manosphere, right? We're Warband. But I'm just speaking about males in general. This is why masculinity is beyond important when it comes to our society. Just because you disagree with somebody doesn't mean that they're wrong. It's just that
So
you
yeah,
don't you disagree with their perspective. It does not mean that they're wrong. What did I say about that, Gray?
yeah. Well, I'll definitely send you like the stream so you can see how we hashed it out, and then I'll
Right.
see if I can work on an edited version for YouTube because it's probably only about 2 hours or so of actual relevant discussion, and then it was like 2 hours to an hour and a half of just kind of back and forth negotiating solutions.
Agree, Gray. Agree. And I'm not saying that a person can't be wrong. Yes, believe me, we dealt with plenty of people within our lives that are completely fucked in the head and don't know what they're talking about, and they're too ignorant to see the truth. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that your truth is the only truth. If you get what I'm talking about, Chad.
Yeah, by the way, I'm gonna have to compress this video down because the raw file is 12.8 gigabytes.
Gentlemen, it is no joke. It is no joke. If you don't know how to compromise, if you don't know how to put your if you can't see what the other person is talking about and see why they're saying what they're saying, then the conversation is going to go nowhere, and it's just going to be a bunch of baseless nonsense. You got to be able to have that ability to say, hey, you know what? Based on what I know, based on what he's talking about, I see why he's saying what he's saying. And then based on that judgment, based on that knowledge, you can deem that, okay, his opinion is very valid or his opinion is fucking stupid. That is a very important skill to learn. What do you have to say about that, Gray?
Yeah. Well, we were able to work it out, but it did require a little bit of distance, and even then, it wasn't all done peaceful and calm. I wanted it to be, but
It's
yes.
expected. It's expected.
Yeah.
You know, I don't expect you to agree with everything that I have to say, and you don't expect me to agree with everything you have to say. But the fact that a lot of people, a lot of men, especially in the manosphere, they don't have that type of skill to say, you know, based on what he's telling me right now, I can see why he's saying what he's saying. But at the same time, his opinion is valid, even though I don't agree with it, or his opinion is stupid as fuck. That's the biggest thing that you guys need to learn, gentlemen. I'm serious, because at the end of the day, your version of the truth as a man, right? Because we all deal with individualism. Your version of the truth is not the only truth. It's not. So you got to be able to actually comprehend and see where the other person is coming from to actually get to a common ground and good amount of information exchanged. What did it say about that, Gray?
Well, this is where like my personal method of information gathering and communication like runs into, I guess, the key clash is that I am, like, I don't know whether it's by nature or just a learned habit, very confrontational. Like if I want to learn something, my instinct is to start a conflict, start an argument, to force someone to bring out all their ammunition. Kind of like if you want to understand like what someone's weapon stockpile is, what you do is you should launch an attack so that they actually have to use it against you.
I completely agree. I'm definitely the same way. If you have an issue, in my opinion, once again, we're not a bunch of women, gentlemen. We're not a bunch of women that fucking talks behind each other's back and trying to spread some rumors or just trying to speak out of emotion. Oh, you hurt my feelings because of what you said. No. We approach each other face to face, man to man, and I want to know what your stance is so we be able to establish that foundation to figure shit out.
Yeah, it's like the idea of if you want to find out if someone has a gun, throw a rock at them.
A huge rock.
No, just a rock.
Oh, okay. I'll find the biggest rock. Like, oh, why is he throwing that with two hands? Bam! He's dead.
No, but that's the thing. You need to find out what they got. If you just murder them outright, then you don't get to learn anything from them.
That's true. We're not Neanderthals. I agree.
Because the objective, of course, is not to annihilate your opponent in one hit. It's to find out what they have. So you provoke them with a little bit, see what they've got, and then it's just an ever-growing war of escalation until both of you brought out your nuclear options. And then maybe you learned some kind of new tech. Or at the very least, you got better at using what you had.
All I'm saying is, Jim, at the end of the day, because wait, hold up. Wait. What does Iraq have to do with this? Like, I'm honestly curious. Benjamin Life, what does Iraq have to do with this? I don't know if you're talking to somebody else or you're talking to us. I'm honestly curious. What does Iraq have to do with this?
I don't know. Maybe my throwing rocks analogy.
Oh, this motherfucker! Come on, bro. You know what the fuck we're talking about. Come on, bro. If that's the case, the throwing rocks. Come on.
No, I can kind of see it, like seeing what someone else has got by starting some minor level bullshit and then finding out whether or not they can make nukes.
Well, shit, Iran is getting fucking nukes. Like, what the fuck are we gonna do? Like,
make more nukes, better nukes, faster nukes.
Oh wait, hold up. He said something. Iraq, tomato.
Oh, Iraq. It's a pun.
Damn it, Benjamin.
Throw Iraq at them, see how they react.
Damn it. Fuck, like, okay, yeah, Benjamin Life, he makes perfect sense. I did not get the pun. That's completely my fault. That's actually pretty fucking fun. Oh shit. Oh, I should not be I should not be laughing at this because the actual stonings that happens over there. But that's besides the point. So when it comes to women using social media as diaries, And I'm pretty sure you already know the question to this. You already know the answer to this question. My bad. Should they be even surprised on how men are picking up on their nonsense and they don't want to, and today's men don't want to deal with women on a serious level anymore?
I don't think they're not to be surprised. That's not the mystery. The mystery is, why aren't they surprised? And I genuinely think that they aren't surprised. Well, okay, there's always the accountability angle where they refuse to accept it. But I guess that leads to the question of, do they even expect the results to happen in the first place? Like, do they post something knowing that if a man who they would like is who they would be attracted to would find it undesirable, that they should hide it? Because clearly they know to lie to a man's face. They know when a man asks them their body count that they should hide that. They know. So I think it's the disconnect that happens with the screen. That they put it out there, and because they're not saying it to an actual person who they can actively see the face of, then it isn't reaching that person in their brains. And that's where the diary thing comes in. Because when you write in a diary, or you make like one of those audio tape diaries, as we've seen in a couple feminist videos, like, they're not talking to actual people. They're effectively talking to themselves. And I would not be surprised in the slightest if you did an experiment and found out how women hold the same kinds of conversation face to face, over video chat, audio only, audio where they know someone else is listening actively, an audio recording that they're told someone else is going to listen to, and an audio recording that they don't think someone else is going to listen to. I'm willing to bet that they will say different levels of things to each of those, and that they will lie and obscure the most to the person that they can see in person, and be the most open and honest when they are making a recording, not thinking about anyone who's going to listen to it.
So would you say that this phenomenon is happening mainly because Chad, Tyrone, Pookie, and Ray Ray really don't give a damn what they do, and the fact that majority of women only focus on those group of people, just don't really feel any type of shame per se. Like, oh, yeah, my guts are getting rearranged by Chad, Tyrone, Pookie, and Ray Ray, but they don't really give a fuck what I post on social media. As long as your guts get rearranged.
And simps. Like the simp dynamic too, because they can put that shit out, because it's not just the men that they do want to have like bedroom fun with. There's also the men that will just give them free validation. Because they put out their bullshit, and here's the thing. They say some shit, all they see is a heart with a number beside it. It's not like it's a live video reaction of every single simp giving approval. It's literally just a number going up.
I agree. I definitely agree. And then the more simps validate their narcissistic notions, the more big-headed they'll get.
Exactly, because it's not every, like, they don't have to see the face. That's a huge difference. They don't have to see the face. If they had to see the face of every single heart reaction, then they might actually be a little more selective and adjust what they post on social media so that they get more of the most attractive faces. But a 10 out of 10 Giga Chad and a 2 out of 10 Incel Simp, their like or heart or favorite is the exact same. There's no differentiation.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, man. But I gotta address this question right quick. Ian Blades, do ugly chicks have the same problems? I will say 100 and million%. No, they do not. They do not have the same problems. There's always a man out there that's willing to blow her back out. Always.
There's like 10 simps for every chick.
Easy.
And like she can be like 70 plus years old, covered in tattoos, with hypergonosyphilades and one eye, and there will still be men who will give her attention and validation. Not men that she actually wants, but men nonetheless.
I'm sure you understand, Ian Blades. You as a man, right? I know you have standards, but what about men that don't have standards? They will fuck anything that has a fucking puniti and that's walking on two legs. You gotta understand.
They don't even have to have a puniti these days either.
But Ian Blades, you gotta understand that when it comes to men, you underestimate the power of the sympatry. You underestimate so fucking much. Why do you think fucking females, when it comes to social media, especially this one black woman with the most deformed face I've ever seen, she got thousands of men gassing her up? You underestimate the power of simps, because I guarantee you, a 3, hell, even a 2 will still have more options than the average man.
Okay, let's be honest. A 3 out of 10 female has more options than a 9 out of 10 man.
I was being generous, but yeah, I agree. I was being generous because you got to understand, Ian Blades, men don't see women the same way as women see men. Men see sex as a fucking exercise. Men see sex as a fucking release. Sex is fucking sex. And if they have a fucking walking vagina, hopefully it's fucking clean, walking up in there and say, oh, who wants to fuck? Oh, who wants to fuck? There are countless men who are very down bad that would not hesitate to take her home for the night. What do you have to say about that, Gray?
Oh, and beyond that, like there's the very real chemical addiction for men in there as well. Like, do not underestimate the power of vasopressin and oxycontin, like, to get a man absolutely hooked on it. I honestly wonder who is more addicted to puniti. Like, guys who get it at least somewhat regularly, or guys who've never gotten it. Like, who simps harder?
I completely agree. So when it comes to that, when the Grey Ghost, do you feel bad for the women that wants to hit up men years later, the very same men that they thought that they were lame as fuck and not on their level? Especially when they hit the wall, they want to be hitting up with that "Hey big head" on social media. Even when they did that whole entire fucking diary of posting the most promiscuous photos, posting the most fucked up, sayings such as, "Oh yeah, this is a hot girl summer. Oh yeah, my puniti is itching for a huge shalom." And then when she hits the wall, she's hitting you up saying, "Oh hey, I see you doing well for yourself. Do you want to get married?" Well, what do you have to say about that? Because I've seen that countless times, and currently it's only getting worse.
Yeah. Good for them. Like, I want to see, like, me feel bad about them.
Gray, you're bugging out right now.
Especially since, like we're, like... Sorry, hold on.
Just making sure, because
yeah, I don't know what I...
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. No, I don't know what I'd feel bad. Like, what's to feel bad about? It's kind of hard to feel anything at that point. It's like, All right. Sucks to be you then. It's like, I don't know what else to get into them with that. Like, they had a shit ton of time where they've definitely had, like, they fucked around. They had their chance. And, like, if they're fucking miserable in their early to mid 30s, it's over. You had your shot. Like, you can't, like, you were given your lottery ticket, you've blown all the money's gone.
So, when it comes to that point, do you really feel bad about women on social media airing out their most horrible atrocities, thinking that nothing is going to happen long term?
What? Why would I feel bad about that? They are doing a service. They are making it very clear to all the, like, again, men don't red pill men. Women red pill men.
Agreed.
They are generating the audience for this kind of content. And on the more macro scale, like, this is the thing that I actually talked a bit about with SCE and Real Talk. Like, it's one thing to get people to see, like, the very distant.
I'm gonna stop right quick. I'm not saying that I feel bad about just putting out the information, but the females that put out the information, because once again, social media that blew up has been around for 17 years. 17 years, because I remember MySpace got popular in 2005. Do you really believe those very same women are living their best life right now? The ones that fucking air out, oh yeah, I'll fuck 20, 30, 100 dudes. Yeah, women empowerment. Yeah, feminism, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about those type of women at the end of their fucking road when it comes to hitting the wall. I'm talking about them, not the young women. I'm talking about the ones that thought that everything was Gucci and fancy until the Chad and Tyrones and the Sims are not looking her way anymore. That's the group that I was talking about. I had to explain. So,
yeah. But even more in depth, like so, there's like the distant puppet masters behind a whole bunch of shit in society. Like, that is abstract. The evidence is very obscure, if not outright censored and scrubbed from reality. So, it's not something that the average person is even remotely aware of or can see. So it's hard. So it's pretty hard to get even the most reasonable guy to see that kind of stuff. It takes time and effort. However, when it comes to women, they are posting this shit all day, every day. I'm pretty sure that there is more manosphere content, like potential content, being posted by women every single day than can be covered by all existing manosphere channels.
Agreed.
So the evidence is there, and that's just the stuff that's posted. That's not counting the real life interactions of men and their memories of shit that they found unusual. So when they find, and they can see the fantasies being posted, they can see the blue pill world, and they can realize on a subconscious level that shit isn't adding up. So then when they find the red pill, so many of them go, holy shit, I'm not crazy. This is real. It's not just me. It's not just these people in my life. Right? So all these women posting their L's, it's a service. It is a goddamn service to men everywhere that they are posting all of their bullshit for every man to see. And we can see that it's working. But on the more abstract level, it gets men to see that, like, how can this be lied about so extensively by absolutely everyone when the evidence is that obvious? And that's kind of a first step to letting them know, okay, look, if they're going to lie to you about something that's this bloody obvious, why would they tell you the truth about something that's a little more subtly hidden? Like, seeing the lie about women is more or less the first step into realizing the lies that society tells in general.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you said. I really do. And when it comes to that type of situation, I just want to ask you, and once again, the question that I asked is pretty much a rhetorical question, and it's not like a legitimate question. Come on, Chad. Come on. It was very obvious that we are not gonna fucking feel bad for these 304s. And unfortunately, at the same time, fortunately, we got a lot of these younger women, right? As soon as they turn 18, and believe it or not, there was this website that said, hey, there are more and more young women, 18 years old or older, that are not really looking forward to college. They are straight up looking forward to go and do an OnlyFans. College is almost out of the question at that point. They immediately look at OnlyFans to see that, oh, this is a ticket to success. But hey, oh, the wall. Oh shit, the wall is waiting. He's waiting in the distance. The wall is just there, like, hey, just wait a few years. I'm going to be catching up to you. I'm coming after you. And once the wall hits, what's good about your OnlyFans unless you appeal to some type of fetish? I'm telling you right now, gentlemen, with my age right now, and Gray can agree as well, the women that we thought that was pretty fucking smoking hot back in high school, the women that we thought that was smoking hot back in college, they are not the best looking right now. The majority of these women hit the wall very hard. I'm telling you right now, gentlemen, this is why when it comes to dealing with marriage and all this other crazy shit, before they didn't really have to deal with a shit ton of alcohol, a shit ton of drugs, a shit ton of partying, a shit ton of working, a shit ton of feminism. And I'll only name a few. Women right now, they're aging a lot faster than back in the day. Why do you think they had to put a 10 pounds worth of makeup on their face?
Which in turn ages them even faster. Like, it was a big part. Here's the thing, like, to the maybe one woman listening, if you're gonna put makeup on your face, for the love of fuck, put some goddamn moisturizer on first and save your skin. If you just wash your face with soap and water and then start applying foundation, you are annihilating your flesh. Put some freaking moisturizer on. You're going to take an hour to do it anyway. You may as well spend the extra 5 seconds to save your fucking face from being destroyed.
Yep, and this is one of many things. I guarantee you. Actually, I'm at the chat right now. Fuck a poll. Every man in the chat right now. I repeat, every man in the chat right now. Put a 1 in the chat if you prefer your woman, right? If you have a woman, or hypothetically, if you have a woman, put a 1 in the chat if you prefer that she has little to no makeup. Put a 1 in the chat if you prefer your woman to have little to no makeup.
Hey, like, honestly, let's be honest here. What's hotter? Hair done up, full makeup, like 3 to 4 figure dress on with high heels, or no makeup, mussy hair, your t-shirt?
Agreed. I agree 1,000,000%. And gentlemen, I'm not saying that she can't wear makeup. If she wants to wear makeup, sure. But if she wants to appease your attractiveness, right? If she wants to be attractive to you, in my opinion, little to no makeup is the way to go. If you got to put on 5 to 10 pounds of makeup, understandable if you're going to a wedding, understandable if you're going to like some type of Michelin star restaurant or some type of important event. But besides that, why is she working so hard to look so fucking like looking like a goddamn clown with a goddamn wig on? In my opinion.
Yeah. Like, honestly, Chronic's probably, honestly, I think I'm gonna summon Chronic to slap the shit out of me right now, but that was the one issue that I had with a goth chick. Like, she was cute. She was kind of pretty. But you could tell that the amount of makeup that she wore every single day was destroying her skin.
Agreed. And luckily I have personal experiences with goth chicks that honestly did not really put that much makeup on, right? They mainly focus on their clothing and their hairstyle. But I don't disagree with you, Gray. There's a shit ton of goth girls that they look like they can be part of the Addams family.
That's the thing. Like, you don't need to have like full on pale foundation for your whole face, and that's the issue. Like, they start putting it on frequently just for a fashion thing, and then they start wearing it every single day doing all kinds of activities, and it destroys their skin. And so then they need to put on more foundation or to hide all the pock marks and like the subtle pustules.
Agreed. And I'm gonna keep it real. Tattoos as well. See, gentlemen, this is where we need to address the disconnect. When we say that, hey, no hymen, no diamond, we're talking about women that you're trying to have a strong foundation with and build a strong family long term. If you're not trying to build a family long term with this woman, hey, that's all up on you, okay? Like, if you're trying to fuck a bitch, go ahead and fuck a bitch. But that's the difference, right? If she has tattoos, if she has a fucking shit ton of makeup or whatever the fuck she has, one night stand, hopefully you guys have standards, right? But when it comes to your standards, hopefully that is good enough that you'll be able to have a one night stand. But when it comes to long-term relationships, gentlemen, no hymen, no diamond. You cannot be out here talking about, hey, I'm gonna get tattoos all over my body, or hey, I only slept with 37 people. That's the entire difference, gentlemen, that we'll be talking about. If you're not trying to get into a healthy relationship with a long-term partner, go ahead and go fuck bitches, right? Just be careful. But if you're honestly trying to get your own kids and you're trying to build a own family, no hymen, no diamond. What do you have to say about that, Gray?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, if you want to budget your time for that, then yeah, by all means, spend your time for that. But that's where these women, like, they don't differentiate between a man that wants to bed them and a man that wants to wed them.
Agreed.
They think that because a man is willing to get into the sack with them, that he's willing to put a ring on it.
Yes. The woman chooses who she gets pregnant by. The women, the man chooses who he commits to. That is your superpower, gentlemen. I'm talking about that is literally your most ultimate power that you have as a man. You choose who you give your resources, time, attention, and protection to. That's your choice. And there's nothing that she could do about it. Nothing. So do you agree, Gray? Because one day the man can just walk away and she will never see him ever again.
Yeah, well, that's why they need the state to lock them down.
Agreed. And once again, a man in general will not hesitate to stay with the family that he created. He will not. Like, I rarely hear a man abandon his entire family just because. Like, no, there's almost always a reason behind that. Gentlemen, I'm telling you right now, I'm tired of people absolving model women for their fuck ups. I will say 7 to 8 times out of 10, these baby mamas, these single mothers, ran the father out of the fucking household.
That's the thing. You got to think, how much torture does a man need to go through to actually abandon his children?
Agreed, because there's ain't no fucking way in hell, right? Even if I have issues with the mother, it takes a lot for me to say, you know what? Not only I'm gonna leave the mother, I'm gonna leave the kids as well. It's not. It goes against a father's biological imperative, in my opinion. In my opinion.
Okay, like let's be honest here. If it weren't for the police, there'd be a lot more single fathers and a lot more missing women.
Hey, you're not wrong whatsoever. But I'm going to read these super chats right quick. Ghost Shura, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Greatly appreciate it. It's the alcohol and the late night party that causes them to look older. I wouldn't even say just alcohol. I wouldn't even say just late night party.
Oh no, sleep definitely ruins the skin. Like a lack of sleep absolutely fucks it.
Oh yeah, that too. But they go out of their way to run amok to find that drama, right? Like we say countless before in our live streams. They're the agents of chaos. They look for drama. They crave drama, and then when it comes, for some fucked up reason, they're willing to age a lot earlier just so they have something to talk about with the girlfriends.
Oh, well, that's the thing. That's why I keep using the drugs as a metaphor. I am convinced that it is a drug high. Think about how a drug addict looks, like someone who's been abusing drugs for years. They look old. Like, it's funny, like Salty Cracker actually had a video on this earlier where there was this 27-year-old dude who was hardcore into drugs and like stabbed a NASCAR driver to death. And Salty was like, I'm 44 and I look better than this guy. And you know what? He's right.
Yeah.
Like a 27-year-old can look like a 50-plus-year-old dude. Like through hardcore drug abuse for a couple years. So, but then you apply that to women. If they've lived a very drug-addled life, constantly chasing the emotional highs, because I'm positive it's like synthetic crack. Drama is synthetic crack to women that they can just make themselves. The same way that like men naturally produce testosterone, women naturally produce drugs through drama.
Agreed.
So like when you see like a woman who looks worn down and ran through and she looks like she's been on some kind of smack, she might have been completely without drugs, but the drugs of drama that she's constantly pursuing have completely fucked her.
So when it comes to that point, I'm going to read this super chat right quick, and then I'm gonna let Gray take over for a bit because I got to take a mad piss. Oh yeah, I drank a lot of liquids. Rio, he says tattoos tell tales, gentlemen, and he can be. No, there's no wrong with what he had to say, because the majority of women, why do they have to tattoo their entire body? What is the meaning? What is the reason? Right? Unless you served in a service as a woman, or you have some actual tradition when it comes to getting tattoos, why are you getting tattoos and mutilating your fucking body? Because at least to a man of value, you are highly unattractive. I'll be right back, Gray. What do you have to say?
Well, straight up, they're using their body as a diary in that case as well, much like social media. They've usually got some sort of incident that they are attached to emotionally, and they want to remember it. So they go get a tattoo to remember it. Even if like, maybe it's a really fun night. Maybe it's something that they actually thought was profound. Maybe they might even get a tattoo simply for the pain of acquiring the tattoo. Because like pain is thrilling to them. Adrenaline rush is something that they're not accustomed to. Like all tattoos are because there's some sort of strong emotional desire to like literally carve something into their body, carve something into their memory that at least at that moment they don't want to forget.
They're not even fucking how do you say creative with their tattoos? They get tattoos just because it's trendy. Like, do you know how many women I met that has that Native American I forgot what's called.
Dreamcatcher.
The dream catcher shit. Literally, you don't have to be Native American. Almost all women in America has that fucking tattoo. Why? What's the meaning behind it? Oh, it looks cool. Automatic red flag.
Well, here's the thing. Like, they might say that, but here's why I'd say that they're doing it. Like, here's the thing. Because, like, I actually, like, had dream catchers like, as a kid. It was just kind of like a kitschy tourist thing. And the thing is, with the dream catcher, is they are meant to be dream filters. Like, you put them over your head at night when you sleep, and they catch nightmares. So, quite frankly, if you see a woman with a dream catcher tattoo, assume that they have a nightmare problem, which is usually associated with a shit ton of bad memories.
Well, that shit gets out of control because at that point, especially if you're with that woman, she will easily go one or two ways, right? Oh, it's astrology. Oh, Scorpio, fucking Capricorn. Oh, or they will literally pretty much break up with you because the nightmare is you cheat on her in her dream.
But yeah, if you see a woman with a dream catcher tattoo, assume that nightmares are involved.
Yep. And she will cause the most fucking drama. Gentlemen, it's not just, well, you cheat on me. No, she'll be eating your fucking personal belongings left and right, break your fucking TV, and fucking try to do some crazy shit just because in her dream, she dreams about you being with another woman. I'm sure a lot of you guys can agree or can relate to what I'm saying right now.
That's she'll straight up, like, she'll pour boiling water on you while you sleep and hide your phone.
Yeah, that's hockey mask time at that point.
Kind of hard to go hockey mask time when your flesh is literally melting off your face.
Oh, wait till I recover. Just wait till I recover. Just wait. If I'm able to see, just wait there for a second. I'm telling you right now, gentlemen. Oh, wait, hold up. Cool chicken. Hell, my 60-year-old mother just got her first tattoo. Children of single mothers are always crazy. I completely agree. And I'm assuming that your 60-year-old mother was not a single mother. Let me know, cool chickens, because I can definitely use that as an example. Let me see. Yeah. Trauma red flag. Honestly, do believe a woman is here fucking getting a shit ton of tattoos put all over their body, and they're trying to fucking edit their tongue piercings to the point where it's split open and they're able to do some weird shit with their tongues. If they had to do some type of eye tattoo, yes, gentlemen, you can get tattoo on your eyes, or they get a bunch of holes punched through their bodies. If that's not a walking red flag, I don't know what is.
So, Cedric, it's personal experience, Gray? Yeah, I've known a couple who, they had unresolved issues.
Well, before we continue, and Gray, are you cool with Collins?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, before we continue, gentlemen, if you want to support your boys here, Yeetus of the Warband, the two links on top of the chat, Cash App, PayPal. You guys were generous earlier today, and if you want to be generous right now, that's all good. Those are the two best ways that you can donate to me because the money comes to me in person. But if you cannot, the super chat, super thanks. But if you cannot donate, it's all good. I don't give a shit as long as you're able to see and hear what me and Gray has to say. Ain't that right, Gray?
Absolutely. We're not here for the money. We're in the very wrong market to be making money from YouTube content.
Yeah, I literally could be doing the stupidest fucking TikTok pranks or fucking And like I explained before in my previous live stream, I can easily every single one of my content, I can go ahead and post ass and titties on each one of my goddamn videos and say, "Oh, this is why you don't date them, gentlemen. Give me money."
I mean, honestly, yeah, appealing to the black sympasphere, like you'd definitely be able to get some cash out of that.
Shit, not even black. I'm talking about the manosphere in general, because we
Yeah,
underestimate.
but like you can corner the niche market.
I see what you're saying, but I'm just saying the manosphere in general. They underestimate how many simps are out here these days. I underestimated myself. I did not realize how many simps were out there until recently. I was like, fuck. There's a lot more than I fucking expected. I can easily right now, gentlemen, say, oh yeah, hey, look at this chick. She barely has anything on and she's jiggling her fucking goddamn cottage cheese everywhere. Go ahead and give me money. And there's
Yeah,
channels out there, you know that.
I was like, I definitely got to get probably some sexier female models for the Unreal Engine, then use them in my thumbnails. Like clickbaited straight to hell, people.
Right, clickbait, literally. And then I just get some typical fucking TikTok, fucking typical bullshit when it comes to, oh yeah, let me go ahead and do this trend where I'm in baggy clothes and then you can see my fucking vajayjay through my goddamn pantyhose, like fucking panties or where the fuck it is, right? I'm telling you, gentlemen, it'll be so easy for me to make money, but lucky for you, the Warband ain't here for fucking money. Fuck the money, right? Money will always be there, but I'll be damned if I will let any man out here that watches my channel leave my channel without any type of knowledge about female nature and society in general. Fuck that. Fuck that. Literally, oh yeah, I can post a woman that's fucking twerking her ass, flapping her ass around to oblivion. Yeah, give me money. How's that going to fucking help men? My channel is different, gentlemen. It's completely different. And I fucking appreciate every single one of you guys that decides to invest in the channel when it comes to donations, or you just watch my channel. Gentlemen, I will not be as close to 10K without you guys. It's not even funny. Right now, Susan is fucking me over.
Yeah, and honestly, the reason for that, like, I actually took a look at your videos with Manic earlier just to try to figure out what the hell was going on, and I'm positive it's because you tagged Undead Chronic in that one video. That's right where the suppression.
I deleted the video.
Yeah, like that's where the suppression started. Is like, goddamn, you can see Yeetus' views drop in half afterwards, at least.
Currently, it's 1.6.
Damn.
I'm like, damn, they really do not like Chronic.
No.
But I got somebody in the chat right now. I'm gonna go ahead and invite them and see what they have to say. Elena, what's up?
Hey, you hear me?
Yes, I could definitely hear you. What's going on?
Not much. I'm listening in, trying to learn what exactly is going on with you guys, ideology and whatnot. Still trying to catch up on the phrases and the lingo. I'm getting the 403s. It's like hole on the calculator, right? And I still don't know what the gecko means, but I understand hit the wall is when they hit menopause, right? So I'm learning.
Okay. Before we begin, can you come a bit closer because you do sound far away still?
Oh, that's probably a fan. Hold on.
This will be a very interesting conversation. Very interesting. I'm hype. What's going on, Elena?
Not much.
Okay. So what questions do you have for me and Gray?
I honestly, last time when we talked through the chat, you guys pretty much answered a lot of questions. Only ones is just like the jargon and the lingo. So what's the one with the gecko? What does that mean?
Oh, it means chameleon. It's a woman who is adopting the appearance of traditional values in order to fit in with men who she deems high value.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's really the only question. You guys have any questions for me? I will be like, I just want to just drop in finally and just say hi and whatnot, and I'll be listening in and learning more. I have done some research. I did speak last time trying to find out these more so extreme feminists. I see clips of them and whatnot saying like really crazy shit. But
Well, you
so
can
far,
ask
I really
us
want to
any
know.
other questions, right? Like, once again, we ain't going to destroy you unless you deserve it. All right, that's the biggest thing.
I am
You
not
are
worried about being
coming up
destroyed.
here respectful. If you have any other questions when it comes to quote unquote manosphere in general, you can go ahead and ask it right now. We'll be able to address it. Like, I'm serious. This is a good opportunity for you to see our perspective.
Um, hmm. My main question is, what's the ultimate goal? It seems like an education basis, to steer clear of women that are abusive. Correct?
So do
Well,
you
that's the
want
thing.
to
You
go
can't
or
really tell the difference between a woman who's abusive and a woman who's not abusive. Because regardless of whether or not they are inherently to some degree, they all have the capability. They all have the potential. It doesn't matter what a woman's personality is. The law
agreed?
deems her as equal, so they always can screw over a guy.
It doesn't matter if it's 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, or even 77 years from now, because that is a true story. A woman is willing to say, hey, I'm not happy anymore. And she is, in 2022, she is willing to destroy her entire family for her selfish needs. She's willing to destroy the entire thing just because she is not happy and she believes that the grass is greener on the other side. I'm not saying that's all women, right? I know that there's women out there that actually truly deals with abuse. Okay, that's the minority of the entire situation. But the fact that over 80% of women these days in the United States files for divorce. You really think that 80% of women, all of them, are going through abuse or any type of major issues that's the man's fault? No. The major issue, the major reasons why women divorce men in 2022 is for financial gain. Financially. It's not because they're getting abused or whatever it is. They see that, hey, my man, he is at his financial peak. Currently, my sexual market value is starting to slow down. I'm going ahead and cash in, take half his money, get alimony and child support, and I'm gonna go ahead and see if some type of other man is able to commit to me, or I'm gonna see if I'm able to return to the carousel. And what I mean by carousel is I'm gonna see if I can get these hunk 6 foot tall, at least 6 inch long, six-pack abs man. I'm gonna see how many men I can sleep with. So it's a lot of things when it comes to that situation. But at the end of the day, when it comes to uh women in 2022 taking marriage seriously, they're not taking it seriously. In fact, they're taking advantage of marriage so they can extort men and take their money.
Oh yeah. There's actually one case in the family that happened with me. My cousin. I definitely felt like she did take advantage, and it actually she's hitting my the wall herself, and I didn't approve when she did leave him, especially because she got money and he supported her for 10 years and they're still friends. And he was a nice guy, and that was definitely a fucked up situation on the matter. And I do
So,
agree.
Elena, I have a question then. Are you honestly surprised how all these nice guys turn to savages and players?
Am I surprised? I'm
Are you
honestly.
surprised in 2022 right now, the way that uh majority of modern women are treating men right now. Are you surprised that these nice guys, at least when they were younger, these nice guys eventually turn into players, turn into savages, turn into bad boys?
Honestly, I see it happen to both sides. I went on to like the 2X chromosomes and all that, and I'll be honest with you, throughout my life, I got fucked over by women, I got fucked over by men, I got fucked over by black people, I got fucked over by white people. So that's why I try to judge people from the content of their character, because some people are for their own self-interest. I've seen men in relationships fuck over a woman, and I've seen women in relationships fuck over men. But I do agree the judicial system does favor women in terms of children. It does. That's just factual. There is benefits to being men, and there's benefits to being women. And I agree that for things to be equal, the rules apply to everyone. And then it should be whoever's the most fit parent, whoever's the most fit spouse. It shouldn't be right for a woman to, come in and gaslight and do all this abusive shit and get away with it because, she's a woman. She's better at taking care of the kids. That's what the system says, but it's not always true. And I've seen a lot of fucked up.
It's not always true, but is it the majority that women are the nurturers, willing to take care of the kids, at least while they're young?
That's the stereotype, yes.
Stereotype. Okay. So before we could continue, right? I don't know how long you want to be on here. I'm sure Gray has something to say. When it comes to today's relationships, right? Because people want to say that there's a gender war going out there. How do you think this originated? How do you think it got to the point where men are not liking women and women are not liking men? What do you think that originated?
Honestly, it's from my narrow perspective. I don't really see it that way, but I've been married for 10 years. I don't see a gender war from the people from my day-to-day life, but I'm not in your shoes. But at times when I am on social media, I see maybe the tags or whatnot, or I watched a few of Kevin Samuels and he made good points, but I think social media does have a big part in it. It wasn't like when I was dating, and I'm 34 years old, I've seen people kind of asking, social media wasn't really a thing, right? I had my boyfriend in high school and I'm married to him now. And then, we broke up when he went to the army and whatnot. But now it's like you could just get on like these dating apps and just have any kind of choice you want. It's so many options. And it seems like it's changing things a lot. It's kind of promoting infidelity. It's kind of promoting this. People see these likes and they get this false sense of self. So it's definitely changing a lot.
When it comes to that, right? Do you blame men about what they're going through in 2022 compared to what their dating market is in 2012? Do you really blame men of what they're going through right now compared to what happened 10 years ago?
Of course not. I don't blame men. I'm actually happy. I think there's always two extremes of things. And I think, Sir Yeetus, you had made one in your comments on YouTube referencing one woman saying, what's that guy? That guy that murdered all those women and he was acting like he was injured. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Ted Bundy.
Saying we can't trust men because of what this one guy did. And I think that's not fair. Why are we lumped together a whole, and I say sex, because gender and sex, let's go with sex. So like male, female, XX chromosomes, XY chromosomes. We're not going to get into gender because that's a little too blurry these days. But, that's like saying, okay, well, most men commit murder, so I should be distrustful and be scared. It doesn't work that way. Or most women do that. You should judge people by the content of their character and not because of their race, of their sex, or their gender. And
I see what you're saying. I agree, but one more question before I'm gonna let Gray go, and then I'm gonna invite producer Tim. So, of course, we shouldn't judge everybody just based on a few, the actions of a few, but based on social media and how modern women, they use social media as a personal diary to air out their bad behaviors and decisions. do you really blame men right now on how they perceive women in 2022 when it comes to at least social media?
Nope, I don't blame them. I find some things quite annoying in social media. I find it kind of double standard in Twitch, for example. They allow women to, you know, blatantly kind of be a thirst trap. But if you had a guy in a similar situation with his shirt off and doing rubbing oil on himself, he'd probably get banned. So
Because you do know how bad it's getting out there, right? The fact that and I'm gonna take it there. The fact that there's a good amount of women, especially the women that are teachers, are taking advantage of male students, and they get little to no punishment.
yes,
And in fact, there's cases where the young man that's not even 18 yet is responsible for child support for that grown ass woman that took advantage of him.
oh, that's disgusting.
How can men these days not be cautious or wary of how society is going to?
Oh yeah, I think, you know, even my husband, he had to be cautious. He avoided certain women and then broke up with them or whatnot when he was in the army, or wanted to become a stripper, and he broke up with her because of that, because she had daddy issues, and she said, "I don't give a fuck what you think. I'm going to do what I want to do," and he broke her just because of that. And I think it's in every man's right to, you know, if you don't like what a partner or potential partner is doing or how they're conducting themselves, especially on social media, it's your right to avoid them or just reject them or not get with them.
Okay, I'm gonna let Gray go before I invite producer Tim. I don't know how long you're gonna be here, Elena, but I'm sure producer Tim will probably have a couple questions for you. Gray, do you have anything to say currently before I invite producer Tim?
Well, just okay. Well, first off, a couple things to consider. You said that social media, in particular dating apps, give people so many options, right?
Yeah, fortunately.
Do you think that a 5 out of 10 man and a 5 out of 10 women have an equal number of options?
Of course not.
So when you say social media and dating apps give people a lot more options, who really gets the options?
Women, and also the top 10% of men.
Guarantee you that a 3 out of 10 woman gets more options than a top 10% of man.
I agree. No, I completely agree. So I'm gonna use the example. I'm sure Gray was gonna say it anyway. Imagine if a woman, an average woman, 5.5 out of 10 woman, goes into the bar or the club and say, "Hey, who wants to fuck?" Imagine how many men will be like, "Oh, yo, me, yeah, me. I wanna go ahead. Hey, you know, you fucking tossing that ass in the circle. Hey, let me holler at you real quick." Let a man that's 5.5 around there, 5 out of 10, when it comes to looks, and he goes into the club and say, "Hey, ladies, who wants to fuck?" Come on, Elena, let's keep it real.
No, I agree.
So, and then as for what this channel does specifically, a lot of men find their way to this because they encounter this stuff in real life and they don't know why. This is where men can come and compare notes to try to figure out why things are the way they are. Is they've all had experiences to one extent or another, or at very least seen them secondhand. And, well, if you look to television, the radio, movies, government officials, they're not going to tell you why this is happening because all of them benefit from it. Here,
How do they benefit from it?
well, for example, the government. So have you ever wondered why the government would give harsher penalties for criminal actions to men and primarily give custody of children towards women? Like, have you ever thought, like, how does the government benefit from that?
No, how does the government benefit? I never thought of how they
Okay.
benefit from
Well,
it.
first off, in prison, a man A loses his voting privileges, and B can be used as slave labor. You don't see a lot of women doing manual labor.
So you're telling, like, in these cases when they're about to lose their, like, when they're divorcing or about to lose their kids, men are more likely to be.
Oh no, I'm talking just criminal actions. Like if a woman murders someone versus if a man murders someone, the man is going to prison longer, if
Okay.
not at all, because a woman can just get out of murdering a child just by crying and saying she was going through a tough time. It has happened multiple
Oh,
times.
yes. Actually, there was a case like that. I think I forgot that woman's name. She murdered her child. Yes. I've seen that happen. It's definitely a bias for young, pretty women, which
Yeah.
children, young, pretty
Well, no,
white
and
women.
keep in mind, women, period, and keep in mind, if a woman has a doctor kill her child, that's abortion and it's not murder. But if a man shoots a pregnant woman, it's a double homicide.
You think those are both comparable?
I think that it proves that a fetus is a human being only if the woman wants it to be a human being.
Oh, okay. I get what you mean.
Because why is killing a clump of cells considered equivalent to killing a human, but aborting a clump of cells is just aborting a clump of cells?
That makes somewhat sense. If the woman wants to keep the child in, yes, I guess it does make it more of a, I guess, a actual person than if they don't want the child or they have to abort the child because health reasons. I can understand that.
Yeah, okay. But no. You see, okay. How many women do you think aborted their child due to health reasons in the past year?
I do not know.
No, guess. Given on how, like, your perception of how much is given as a reason, how many do you think actually had to abort due to health reasons?
I wish I could second guess. I'm
A
guessing.
number. Just pull a number out of a hat.
I can't do it for you. I'm guessing though. Oh no, I'm guessing though the majority of abortions do deal with women because they can't take care of the child or is on one the child or whatnot versus actually health reasons. I'm guessing it's more than
Okay. Here's the thing. Do you think it's 1,000 women?
I have no idea.
100 women?
That's-
Come on.
No.
You see this all the time. You gave it as an example right there. How many women do you think are getting abortions due to health reasons? Enough that you're going to justify it by saying it's health reasons. How many women?
Wait, or so
Well, Elena, I'm gonna keep it
what
real.
number?
No, Yeet. Let her answer. Yeet.
Let's see. Per year, per day, or what?
Per year.
For
Per
health
year.
reasons. I'd say about
For health reasons.
maybe 1,000.
6.
Interesting. So where you get your
So
stats
hey,
from?
I'm gonna stop all you guys right now. Okay, I'm gonna add producer Tim right now because I already know the abortion talk will fucking get out of hand. It is what it is. I already know it's gonna happen. I know
Oh no,
producer Tim has something to
you're
say.
fine.
It's fine, Elena. No, it's not your fault. I just know that when it comes to the abortion talk, it's still pretty spicy. Especially
No, I'm just giving that example there, and
It's
I'm
just-
pulling from the actual data from the actual pregnancies, from
Yeah.
the
No,
actual
Where do you?
pregnancies.
No, I'm curious. Where do you get your data from? Because I don't. I'm totally
Federal statistics.
okay. So the website, the federal website.
Yeah, I'd have to double check the exact website specifically, but yeah.
Yeah, send it in the chat because I'm here to learn more. I'm here to learn more, but I'm guessing you are anti-abortion.
Okay.
It's not a
I am
problem.
definitely anti-abortion unless that there's health issues or issue is forced. That's
Yeah.
only two times where I am definitely for abortion. Besides that, why are you eating fucking unborn children out of convenience? Why? Oh, they're a clump of cells. They're not human yet. They're not babies yet. How demonic does that fucking?
Well, and straight up, Elena, and let's be honest, Elena, you see no problem with a fetus's status as a human being subject to a woman's desires. You just understand that. You didn't even see anything wrong with it.
It is insane.
I don't see it really wrong because it's her body. But again, I'm speaking from my perspective.
Yeah, okay, it's her body. What separates your body from my body?
What do you mean?
What separates your body from my body?
We're two different bodies.
And how are we different bodies? What objectively makes our bodies different?
You're just not connected, or you're just two different people.
I'm hold on. So let's rewind this back.
But hey, no. I want to
No. I actually want to say an incident of one time with abortion I don't agree with. And it was someone when I was working
come on, bro.
Stop. And she actually got this woman I used to work with, she got knocked up. And this was the second abortion she was going to get. And I was actually disapproving of that because the first one was twins. And just because she didn't take care of them. Yeah, and I agree with that. That was fucked up. I agree.
Okay, Elena, here's the deal. The baby, the fetus, from the point of conception, has different DNA, different genetic code from the mother. It is a separate human being.
Okay. So, again, I don't know what to tell you. I think, honestly, I'm still pro-abortion. I get what you're saying. You're saying that the man that impregnated a woman should have just as much as a say as the woman who's carrying the child. And
straight up. Now, here's the thing: if the woman gets the right to say, "I don't want this child. I don't want responsibility for it. I'm going to dump it," why is the man financially responsible?
Ray, stop. Stop. So, when it comes to the situation, Elena, if you believe that. Do you believe a man should have the same say when it comes to a woman getting an abortion?
No.
So if that's the case, should a man be able to walk away financially when it comes to not claiming responsibility for that baby if he does not want that baby?
No, unless they give the baby up for adoption.
Oh, okay. So here's the disconnect. So a woman is able to decide whether that baby lives or dies, or that baby gets adopted. Okay, you say that that's cool. So why can't the father say, hey, I don't want to be a father, right? So let's go back. If the mother doesn't want to be a mother, she's able to yeet the quote unquote clump of cells to fucking oblivion. But why can't that man that's not even murdering the fucking baby, right? That's what they want to say it. That's not even trying to destroy those clump of cells. Why can't that man just say, you know what? I don't want to be financially responsible. So why the woman is able to have all those rights when it comes to that baby, but when it comes to the man, he cannot choose to be financially responsible?
I think because she has to use her resources and to bring the child into the world, and she's risking her life. That's her choice. Hold on, give me a chance to answer. As for the man, I think that definitely they deserve more rights in terms of childcare. I think that if the man says, well, you know what, he could go to court, and if the mother's not fit to take care of the child, she shouldn't have the right to drain every, penny out of his pocket, out of, expenses and whatnot, or childcare or child support. So I think men deserve more rights, but I think a woman is in her right, as long as it's not too close to the due date of the pregnancy. I think it's a woman's right to get an abortion.
So,
yes.
Okay. So, complete non-answer to your question, Yeetus. Let's just bring in Tim here. We're not going to get anywhere with this.
I'm gonna finish just with this just one question. So you know that a woman is able to walk into an abortion clinic at any time, and the father can't do nothing about it. You know that, right? The father can't do shit about it. Right?
I thought with spouses, the father had to sign off like married couples.
No. No. Unless I don't know anything about your state laws, but according to my knowledge, a woman able to go to the abortion clinic at any time, and she doesn't have to address or reveal her situation within the abortion clinic, right? Because at the end of the day, that's HIPAA. She's not able, she doesn't have to reveal anything. So I literally see countless videos of men literally begging their woman, say, hey, like, please don't get the abortion, please, right in front of the abortion clinic. Please don't get the abortion. Please don't get abortion. And she, with her cold fucking stare, say, oh, I'm gonna get it. And she walks up in there while that man is outside the abortion clinic crying his eyes out. So when it comes to that aspect, Elena, why can't a man do the same thing when it comes to saying, you know what? I don't want to be financially responsible.
In terms of the child when they're born, why
When it
can't
comes
they?
to the child, because I noticed the two differences. When it's my baby, she wants to get an abortion. When it's our baby, she wants some compensation.
That's a good question. Why can't they? I honestly.
Well, no, I'll tell you, Elena. I'll tell you straight up. Because a single mother with a child is a net tax drain. The government needs a man to be privately subsidizing the woman and child. Otherwise, they have to spend more on them in welfare. Single mothers are not, by and large, able to independently support their children. They need a man's money or the government's money, which is just men's money with an extra step.
You honestly believe a single mother is able to survive out here without welfare or benefits from the government? Let's keep it real. You honestly believe that without getting any type of welfare,
Keep in mind, we're including a job working for the government and a job that the government has pressured into hiring women by instituting quotas and tax breaks.
Yes, of course.
So
She believes that. Let's just leave it there. That's what she believes.
No, it's not what I believe. It's what I've seen. It's what I've observed. It's what I live.
Let's just move on, Yeet. We've been through these arguments 1,000 times before. Let's just get Tim in here. We'll never stop this.
Ray, I don't want to leave it there. So Elena, you know
I'm getting nice then.
You know that at the end of the day, you really believe without EBT card, you really believe without Social Security, you really believe without child support, without alimony, without all that stuff that the government really honestly benefits a single mother, especially the mothers that chooses to leave the husband out of convenience, not because she's abused, because out of convenience, she doesn't want to be with the husband anymore. You really believe the woman by herself without any other benefits can survive out here without no... I'm not talking about a select few. I'm talking about the majority. You really believe these single mothers out here can really survive without a father in the household?
Yes.
Why is that? I want to hear your reasoning.
Just from my own experiences of the women in my life, they've survived and they had jobs, careers.
But because of your experience, do you really believe your experience trumps the majority?
Majority of who?
Single mothers.
But I'm telling you from my experience, the single mothers I've lived and known, that's not the case.
Which is fine.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna be honest with you. When I told my parents, my family that I'm talking.
Well, if a man says that every woman he's encountered is a whore, does that make every woman on the planet a whore?
Based on his own experiences?
Yes, based on his own experience, but maybe he's attracting the wrong type of woman.
Okay. Well, then maybe you're attracting the tiny percentage of single mothers that can function, but we're not talking about the women in.
Well, that's my family.
Guess what? I don't give a flying fuck if they're your sister. It doesn't matter on the objective sense of reality.
Calm down.
But hey,
it's not that serious.
Elena, I'm sure.
Elena, you can't separate your own personal experiences from objective reality. And objective reality is that single mothers are a fucking liability and a tax drain. You're coming here to discover and learn. You got to first of all shut up and listen.
I haven't.
No, you have not. You've been asserting and ignoring what we've been telling you.
thing
I
is,
never ignore it. I'm just saying my
but
experience.
Elena,
And you're not listening because we're telling you this is not about your subjective experience. This is about the entire population of the United States.
Great.
Your family is not the entire population of the United States.
My
If you
family
can't
is-
separate that, I don't care about your family. If you can't separate your family from the rest of the U.S. population, you're not going to learn anything here, and you may as well just go off to somewhere else who will indulge your fantasies. Yeet, can we get Tim in here? This is going nowhere.
I wanted
But
to
I'm
say
not
something,
trying
but
to
you
indulge
interrupted.
in
Yeet,
fantasies.
for fuck's sakes, you say something, she says something, we try to end this, and then you got something else to say. Can we just end this?
Gray.
Go right ahead, Yeet. It's your show.
That's not. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I was interrupted like 300 times. Anyway, Elena, why can't you separate your personal experiences from the objective reality?
I talk to other people beyond my family, beyond the scope, online and whatnot. And when I present your views to them, they say you guys are the extreme ones. They said that your guys' perspective is very narrow.
So,
I even my husband, and he
so
says
have you
he
looked
agrees
at
with some points that
statistics?
you guys make,
Ha-
but he said a lot of them are very extreme and very
Have
jaded.
you looked at statistics? Have you looked at data? Have you had to actually look at the objective facts, not just because somebody told you something or your personal experience? Because your personal experience, I'm sure you haven't dealt with the 300 million people out there in the United States.
No, but you have, right?
I'm just putting it out there. So let me go ahead and invite producer Tim. Let me see what he has to say. I'm sure he has some gaming things to talk about. Producer Tim, what's up? What's going on, man?
Yeetus that fetus.
I am
Man.
honestly getting fucking heated right now. I'm getting heated right now.
Yes. Hey,
and
I've
it's gonna
got
get to that point.
I've got a fun game to play for everyone.
A game. Okay. Well, what game, bro?
Let's play Is the Earth Flat?
No.
With Alana, with Gray, with Yeetus. Here on Sir Yeetus' channel with the Warband, we are going to play Is the Earth Flat? Because it is a great illustration of objective reality versus experience. Now, before you can play this game, you have to raise your right hand and swear that you have not been to outer space before. You've not been to the moon. You haven't been to Mars. You didn't jump out of a hot air balloon in a spacesuit like Felix Baumgartner did.
And we can't
you've
rely
never-
on any video footage either.
Well,
Gray,
that could be
you-
faked.
no,
That could
Gray,
be doctored.
Yeah.
Producer Tim, do you have anything to say to Elena, or do you have something to say yourself?
Well, no. It's I'm getting to it. You ruined my setup.
Hey, it is what it is. Because at this point, shit, my setup was fucking ruined. So
Yeah.
what's going
All right.
on?
All right. Statistics let you view a group as a sum total. They are shit for predicting any singular outcome. If you tell me there's a 75% chance I'll get killed crossing the street, I'll probably look both ways and cross the street anyways. Because the difference between a stat and a moment, right? A single experience. We don't know the Earth is round or flat unless you've been to outer space. Otherwise, you just trust what other people tell you. Because the only way you could possibly see the shape of the Earth is if you were at a point of view that was smaller than made the Earth smaller than what you could possibly see. Which means you'd have to be on the moon or another planet. All right? So we're arguing about stats and facts and okay, what's an experience versus objective reality? The problem is that objective reality will not let you make a decision in a moment. The reason that we use experience, the reason why experience is useful, is because it tells you what is the most likely outcome given a set of circumstances with imperfect information. Now, if I had perfect information, right, I know every possible outcome, I know every possible consequence. then I can go to my stats and say, oh, well, here's how I maximize my chances of a proper outcome. So we're fighting about meaningless numbers, right? And we're trying to make public policy decisions or defend public policy decisions using meaningless numbers or equally meaningless other people's stories. So that's why a healthy debate on abortion, marriage rights, the family court, any argument or debate on that is meaningless when you bring emotion into it. Because if you're going to make a policy decision and if you're going to defend a policy, a public policy, you have to cast the emotion aside and just learn to look at what's in front of you, what is presented, what is the argument, what are the facts, what is the legislation, what is your analysis. It's the first thing they teach in law school, right? It's called FELAC. Facts, issues, law, analysis, conclusion. There. I've said my piece.
Okay. I understand where you're coming from.
Oh, go ahead, Elena. Go ahead.
I understand. So, you guys feel that my evidence is not really valid because it's personal, anecdotal. I agree. A lot of it is from my experience. That's why I did join this conversation. I am trying to learn. I'm trying to understand.
Can I address that really quick?
Go
It's
ahead.
not to say that your experiences are invalid, because if they happened and they're true, then that's not invalid. What I'm saying is that the absent of any other information, you have to argue with what you're given with. So these are things you know for real, right? You don't have the stats. We didn't do research ahead of time. So, and honestly, stats are overhyped anyways, because for any number you can use to prove your point, I can give an equal number that disproves it, right? Torture a number strong enough, it'll tell you whatever you want. Number one rule of statistics. So we get too bogged down in the numbers of arguments, and we don't instead just say, okay, what is logical and rational? What would you do given a set of circumstances? And will you stick to your principles if I start changing some of the circumstances to disfavor you or even to favor you? So, it's not that your argument is it's not that anyone's argument was poorly constructed. It's just I'm listening to people yell back and forth, trying to, honestly, you're like the entire LA Galaxy trying to pick up the goalpost and move it across the field. Because you're jumping from one topic to a next and you don't come back to, we have to establish the central premise. What is the premise that informs your belief and ideology? Because the ability to end a life is something that we practice every day, every time you swat a mosquito. All right? Most of us won't think twice of that. But then you start moving up. Would you kill a mouse? Yeah, probably. If they're in my house, I'd probably kill a mouse. Would you shoot a deer? Well, yes, I'm a hunter by trade. Or not by trade, but I am a hunter. I would kill a deer and I would eat it. Would I kill a dog? No, I probably wouldn't. And then would I kill a person? Definitely not. Right? Everything exists on a spectrum and a scale. And when you start changing the facts of the scenario, you start to figure out, okay, how far am I willing to go on this belief? And it applies to all three of you equally, right? If you are anti-abortion, you can absolutely think of scenarios where there was one in Vancouver not too long ago where the mother died and a child lived because it was the mother's wish. Even though that the pregnancy was likely to kill her, she wanted the child to survive, so she kept living in pain in order to continue developing the child. And the father was, conflicted. It's like, I lose my wife and my best friend, but I also get my kid out of it. And it was their only kid too. So, any given set of facts and circumstances can lend weight to anyone's argument. But what we're failing to come together with is, what is your central premise? The hill that you would die on, the line that goes too far. Because if we cannot, if we can't meet those two lines, then this argument goes nowhere. It'll be in circles forever.
I already said, unless that she was forced or there's a life-threatening injury, I'm not for that abortion shit.
And honestly, I do have a problem with killing the product of a rape, because it's not the kid's fault.
Grape,
is
Tim,
your solution
remember.
to an injustice? Oh, grape. Sorry, I have to use code words for Susan. Because is that gross injustice rectified by killing another person? Like, what if I killed the rapist's father? Would that make you feel whole? Grapist. If I killed the rapist's father, would that make you feel justice or whole? Probably not. So I can consistently say on that principle, well, I don't think the child should be punished. But at the same time, it's like, well, I ain't gonna force a woman to carry to term if the likely outcome is that she will just kill it anyways, like postpartum or something, right?
No, I get you. Only issue right now in terms of the reversal of Roe versus Wade is right now some women are having issues getting treatment if it can lead to their child accidentally being harmed, or the fetus being accidentally aborted or whatnot, even if they're not pregnant. Just because I think right now, in terms of things, we probably, each state needs to outline exactly what is a good reason for a woman to get abortion versus what are like if they're too close to term, all that.
Yeah. I get you.
You gotta get an abortion.
I understand you on that one. I think the root cause on that one was that the states were poorly prepared. Even though the draft was leaked many months ago, none of them really took it seriously. You have to understand, too, that the legal precedent that Roe v. Wade was decided on was always constitutionally shaky ground. There is no constitutional right to health care, and there is no constitutionally protected right to abortion in the U.S. Constitution. Not even the laws that the U.S. inherited from Great Britain. Nowhere has that ever been mentioned. And yes, abortion was absolutely a practice in the 17 and 1800s. It was extremely unsafe because, well, all medical procedures were. Now, that is not Roe v. Wade's fault, right? The Supreme Court corrected a historical wrong in the law. I'm not talking about the merits of the argument or whatever. It was a mistake of law. And it was always up to the states to regulate that, just like they regulate every other criminal act. Right?
Hold on, Tim. I got a question. Elena, where you at?
I'm here.
Do you believe that abortion should be a form of birth control?
Abortion, a form of birth control. Like if a woman messes up and she's like, "Oh, I'm what?
The fact that women get 6, 8, 12, and the highest I've heard, 18 abortions.
Ooh, that is a problem.
Do you believe that abortion should be used as a form of birth control?
No, not in that case. No, that's a little bit disgusting. If she's getting that many back to back to back to back. Generally, from what I've seen, it is kind of determined state by state. Like you mentioned earlier, like the spouse. Some states you got to have your spousal approval. So definitely there needs to be like state laws to kind of fix that. These little loopholes.
But that's the biggest issue, Elena. Yep. Majority of abortions are not from marriage.
And there's not a marriage.
In fact, the majority of abortions are ghetto neighborhoods.
Yes, that's true.
And we can go into the singer debate, but I really don't see merit there. But this is an industry. I'm sure you've heard of the prison industrial complex, right?
Yes.
And you generally have a negative perception of that?
I feel like it doesn't really reform people.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you would say you generally have a negative outlook on the prison industrial complex as a concept.
Yes,
Right?
but I think
The
it's
idea that you can like
necessary.
for-profit prisons and all that stuff.
Yes,
Right?
I don't like
Yeah.
those,
Okay.
no.
What about the abortion industrial complex, which is exactly what Planned Parenthood, Planned Parenthood's setting up in poor black neighborhoods,
Oh yeah, I actually watched a film on that.
and they are for profit. Don't mistake yourself. Non-profit is a misnomer, legally speaking. All companies need to make profit in order to stay in business. Calling yourself a non-profit just means that you can't take the money at the end of the year. It has to stay in the business. That's all that means. It doesn't mean they don't make a profit. If you did make a profit, you'd close your business. So they absolutely, like, abortion services are a financial industry.
Yep. The majority of abortions are dealt with by black women.
Yes.
And, oh God, Drex knows the number right off the top of his head, but it's, what is it, 80 million? Or 30? Oh, hang on, no, it might be 30 million. Since it was legalized in the 70s.
I think it's above 30 million. It's at least 10 genocides worth of killing.
Yeah.
Hey, before I continue, if you want to support your boy, Siri Yeetus, 2 links on top of the chat, Cash App or PayPal. Best ways to donate because the money goes directly to me. But you can also do super chat or super thanks. If you can't donate, I don't give a shit. As long as you're here to listen to our shenanigans, that's all that matters. I'm going to add one more person who's been waiting in the back for a while. Critical Libertarian, what's going on?
What a name.
You there? Yes, no, maybe so.
It might be AFK. Taking a shit.
You there? Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, I was just
hear me?
about to yeet you to oblivion, bro. I was about to yeet you.
Glad you didn't, dude.
So based on the topic we're talking about today, when it comes to social media, is pretty much a modern woman's diary, or you just want to talk about this abortion stuff.
Yeah, we got a little off topic, didn't we?
What?
We did, like heavily. But which one do you want to talk about?
The social media diary thing, because I actually had an issue with that the other day. A woman I follow on Instagram, yeah, surprising, right? She posted on her story about a discussion she commented on about women who do like OnlyFans and later on they have a family, and about how family finds out and it causes issues like with the child in school and stuff like that. She posted a comment about it. I responded to her comment and she took issue with it to the point she blocked me. And I'm thinking, okay, that was weird. Next, you're using an alternate account. Apparently, she didn't like the fact that I responded in a way. The thing is, I wasn't being disrespectful or nothing. I was just pointing out from a different perspective how that could be a valid case. I'm like, I didn't even bring up the subject. But she was just looking for feel-good Kool-Aid to justify what she's doing. What was that?
I'm not even surprised, man. I'm not surprised.
I didn't know it.
When it comes to what you just said,
Yeah.
like I said before, today's women, modern women, Western women, whatever you want to say it, they have no shame into boasting about the atrocities they put towards men or just people in general. They really don't, because who is really going to hold them accountable unless they, fucking murder somebody?
And even then.
Right?
Even then, get a lighter sentence or some shit.
I'm just saying, man.
Yeah, it's just they. Go ahead.
The chase for Sims validation and all this attention that they're getting from Chad and Tyrone or Sims is getting out of control to the point where literally countless women live online. So they can live that bigger than life lifestyle, right? But as soon as they turn off that monitor, as soon as they turn off their phone, they're fucking nobodies, right? Yeah, we can easily say that for men as well, but no, men aren't as affected as women if the camera is shut off.
Hey,
Because
Yeet. I hate to interrupt you, man, but someone in the chat just asked if producer Tim is Tim Pool, and I think that's fucking hilarious.
what the fuck?
Yes,
I'm the one with the beanie
We're
here.
going with it. We're going with it. I am Tim Pool.
This
Tim
beanie's
Pool
here.
IRL. I am approximately 5'2", and I own a bunch of chickens.
What about the beanie?
But
Don't forget that you're half Asian and worked at Vice.
Oh yeah. I got to tell everyone like every 5 seconds. Hey, Yeet, did you know I worked at Vice? I was a big deal. And Gavin McGinnis is like a white supremacist and a racist.
Oh boy.
oh shit, but critical at the end of the day, man, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Like a lot of women do want to fucking boost up their own ego and their narcissistic behavior. And I'm talking about today's women when it comes to social media. They want to boost up themselves so much. But as soon as their account gets suspended or as soon as they're not getting enough traction anymore, they freak the fuck out.
Yeah, it's like they don't want, how can I put this? They don't want to hear what they need to hear. They want to hear what they want to hear. They just want validation for their actions. That's it. But when you point out, hey, this might affect your kid, like you having an OnlyFans account might affect your kid in the future, they don't want to hear nothing about that. And I'm like, of course it's going to affect your kid in the future because kids are ruthless nowadays.
That is really a new age insult. Like, when I was growing up, I was just insulted because I didn't have the best Pokemon cards.
What, you ain't got a shiny holographic first edition Charizard?
No, I didn't have one. And I was like, oh, you're a scrub. Your family's poor. I'm like, oh, come on, guys.
How old are you?
What's that?
How old are you?
Early 30s.
Oh, okay.
I'm
okay,
older.
so
I'm
we're
older
around
than
the
these
same.
guys.
I actually do got a base set Charizard I kept all these years. I got the base set. I really, really love it, but I need to get it rated. But it's probably not gonna be like a
My
PL.
shit was
that
fucking-
whole
No,
thing's a scam.
no. Honestly, first edition Charizard sells for pretty good money these days.
It
Not a
is,
first
but it's also a
edition.
scam.
Only got a base
Getting it
set.
rated is a scam. Just hold on to it and keep it preserved.
That's what
Unless
I'm
you like
thinking.
really need the money.
Hey,
Like I
I'm
mean,
a-
the bank's coming. The bank is driving over to foreclose your house right now. Kind of
No.
need the money.
No, everybody's fucked right now. Who gives a fuck about the banks? The banks don't give a fuck about us. Fuck the banks.
No, your true anger should be directed at the Federal Reserve that printed money
Whoever it is, the
nonstop to
Federal Reserve
Boeing.
is related to the banks. Fuck it. All of them are at fucking fault at this point. Fuck them.
Well, hey Tim, like that's the one thing about us being Canadians. We can just get mad at the government because we don't have a Fed.
Pretty much. But I'm
Yeah,
telling
y'all
you, at the end of the day, critical libertarian, what I was trying to tell you before, I'm telling you right now, it's literally at this point, when it comes to social media, it's a lot of women's lifeline. It's a lot of women's lifeline. Not the ones that are married, not the ones that's in a relationship. It's these youngins and the middle age or the elderly that's literally relying on these desperate ass fucking Sims with the weird fetish, throwing money at their fucking faces to survive these days. And I guarantee you, imagine the desperation as the recession gets worse. And just imagine.
Speaking of fetishes,
Right?
I'm surprised no one's asked for Elena's feet yet.
Like, we'll be good. We'll be good. But I'm telling you, wherever female you mess with in the past or whatever, you're gonna your inbox is gonna have a few amount of women like, oh hey big head, oh I see you doing well for yourself. Oh my god,
That's
I
already
see you."
happened to me, and I told him to kick rocks.
Yeah,
told
it
him
happened
to
to me as
rock.
well. Yeah, I agree, and it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse, right? See, they're going to hear that producer Tim. Oh, he passed the bar exam. Oh shit, let me go hit him up because he's going to be making a lot of money. Hey,
Oh fuck, my
hey,
family has already started doing that. My estranged sister.
It's not even another woman. It's not even another woman.
I mean, my sister didn't say, hey, big head, but she just hits me up out of the blue and she's like, So I see you going to law school. I'm just like,
Bitch, we didn't talk in 8 years.
Yeah, a chick I went to high school with hit me up, and she was like building me up, talking about how nice I was, and then she tried to ask me for money. I'm like, get the heck out of here.
be gone, thought. They should make
Bye.
a type of bug spray for that.
Yeah, she was
And
a single
Elena,
mom. She
you
was a
said
single
that
mom
you're
too.
married,
I was
right?
like, no, definitely help.
Elena, you're married?
Yep, correct.
So you don't really have to worry about the consequences or worry about the horrors per se as much as a single woman that thought that she could be strong, independent, don't need a man, a career woman. What the fuck that she wants to call herself? When she's truly on her own, oh, she's fucked. But I'm glad that at least you decided, hey, you know what? Maybe it would be pretty good if I got into a relationship, because as the recession gets worse, you'll be well off. You'll be way more well off than these single fucking feminist, short-haired, fat fucks out here.
Oh, come on, man. Fat people need love too.
I don't give a fuck about, oh, you're fat folks. I don't give a fuck. They're overweight.
No, both
They're
sexes. I mean, all sexes. Like fat.
No,
men.
there's no such thing as fat men,
No,
just fat
no.
women. Stole that one from Family Guy, by the way.
I'm telling you right now, men, we have no choice to survive on our own, whether we're single or not. We have to fucking get shit done or we're fucked. But when it comes to women, if they have some type of man or family on their side, they have a lot higher chance of survival. But these crazy ass radical feminists, depending how the economy goes, they are in for a horrible roller coaster ride in the future.
Oh,
Are
the
they not
inflation
working?
bomb is going to hit hard.
No,
Right.
Well, it
I'm
already
just-
has. Elena, have you seen out in California where gas is what, $6 a gallon now? Have you seen there's women like setting up on the corners like, I'll suck your dick for a tank of gas?
Oh, that's gross. Well,
literally.
Christ.
it's always
Totally
been-
right.
I'm not joking. I'm
That's
not.
society.
That was not hyperbole.
Ugh.
I'm not exaggerating. Literally standing at the corner of the gas station with an empty jerry can, being like, "I'll suck your dick for a full tank."
Yeesh.
Oh, and the other thing is a bunch of the tech companies are laying off a bunch of their more useless workers, and guaranteed it's going to be people like that one woman who posted her day at LinkedIn, where she basically gets like eucalyptus towels, various kinds of expensive teas, and the only work she has to do is watch a marketing seminar for like an hour, and she's getting a full 8-hour day's pay, probably at a higher rate than a man doing physical labor for 9 hours.
But all I'm saying is, Elena, all I'm saying is at the end of the day, you are in a way higher, you're in a way better position than these single fucking females that really believe that they don't need a man. When shit hits the fan, and Elena, I really hope you comprehend what I'm saying. When shit hits the fan, where the states, the state won't protect you, the police won't protect you, and then all these other men that are Captain Save-It holes won't come in and save the day. These women are on their own. You're not. The single women out here, they are, and they're in for a horrible time. You get what I'm saying, Elena?
Growing up, I've always wanted to provide like for myself. You know, and for a time, I worked a job, and my husband, he was unemployed when he got out the military, and I took care of him for like 3 years working because I paid him back for what he did for me when I finished up school, and I
But
kept
what does money doesn't matter when shit hits the fan. It doesn't give money ain't shit.
Oh, I get you. Money's is a concept we put value into. It's not real. You know, a lot of things we assign value to. I agree with that. If things were to collapse,
You have a man on your side. These single women out here, they don't. Imagine what shit they're gonna go through. That's what I'm trying to say.
True.
You have a way high likely chance to go through the bullshit that's going to be upcoming very soon.
I'm guessing like you feel like it's going to be a collapse.
You have a man right there beside
mean
you
a
that's
recession?
willing to sacrifice his life for you.
Oh, the collapse. Yes, I look forward
and
to it.
I'm willing to honestly, my own husband, I actually helped rescue because he tried to commit suicide. He tried to jump in the Detroit River, and I helped pull him out with a group of people. Like, you know, I'm willing to die for my husband too.
What the fuck? He jumped in a river?
Yeah, he jumped in the river
Like off a bridge or?
off the side of the Detroit River.
Oh, No. The Detroit River by Windsor and Detroit, like got a really, really strong current. It'll pull you
Yes.
under.
Yes.
Oh, believe me,
Yeah,
you're
yeah, yeah.
very
Like
close.
so many people drown there all the time.
Yeah, I know. I know about that river. I know.
Yeah.
I got very lucky there.
Wow.
Luckily, I stopped where there was like a group of people. I saw him and they saw him run over. He had got very drunk. He was very depressed because he's from the he got out the army, and ever since he does feel that societal pressure as being a man. He felt very insecure because when I was working and whatnot, he felt very insecure and whatnot. People judged him. They would say, "Well, why aren't you working? Why are you doing this?" But my family, I have people stay at home fathers, so it's not something unusual for me. My father growing up with my mother, my mother would pay his way. They did Dutch a lot. And that's what I did with my initial dates. I did Dutch. I went for long term. And that's why I say from my perspective, I don't see it because the people around me, even my friends, they thought like me. So I guess kind of birds of a feather flock together in a way. So that's why
Well,
I can understand your perspective from your side of the coin.
Helena, how long was he in the military? Because believe it or not, you have
Almost 10 years.
veterans on this panel as well.
Almost 10 years.
10 years. So
Yes.
did he leave honorable discharge?
Yes.
Okay. And what was his job or MOS?
He was a mechanic. If you want to ask some more details, he's like in the other room.
So I'm assuming that he had to get deployed to Afghanistan, Iraq,
Yes.
Qatar,
Afghanistan.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeet, I had an uncle who served in Afghanistan. He was also in Bosnia because Canada sometimes does different wars in the U.S. But he was in Bosnia, and he talks a lot about the war in Bosnia because the Canadian peacekeepers there, they actually saved lives, right? They prevented a genocide. So he always talks about going there and seeing the hopes and dreams of women and children that they saved from being murdered. But he does not talk about Afghanistan at all.
Yep, I completely agree. I was over there as well, and it's definitely not a pretty sight, especially you have to go on patrol. What'd you say, Critical?
Yeah, I was there during the drawdown in 2020. It was a freaking nightmare.
Yeah.
I went on patrol once. I definitely would not want to go on there. No, fuck that. And combat roles have to do that often. That's why I got mad respect for combat veterans that got deployed because that shit is beyond nerve wracking. Fuck that.
There's something else to consider too. The idea of a stay-at-home dad is against our biological impulses, right? So that disconnect can lead to depression. Because it's like, true, yeah. I'm not man enough, right? It's the same, it's like they tell young boys, right? Boys don't cry. Real men don't cry, right? Those two realities coming to clash is what causes a lot of depression in men. And then they feel like they can't talk to anyone about it because it'll be seen as weakness.
I'll get beyond bored if I had to stay home.
One of the biggest roles your channel has in the world is because you have the attention of a lot of young men who feel disenfranchised and disaffected with the world. And you get the chance to tell them, hey man, it's not all that bad. We can laugh, we can play games, we have serious discussions, of course, but there's more to life. There really is. And the last thing that this channel ever wants is someone to eat themselves. So I think it's important to keep in perspective.
Yeah, right? I completely agree. And Elena, once again, right, I'm a caveat on Tim. I'm not saying that, you are just like the rest of these fucking Jezebels out here. Oh, you're just like these 304s that just want to say whatever you want, blah, blah, blah. Listen, for all I know, you probably are one of the very, very, very few rare good ones out there. But I'm sure you do understand, but I'm talking to the chat as well. You have to understand why a lot of men these days in 2022 are beyond wary of modern women these days. Because, once again, I'm sure you know about this, Helena. A woman's false accusation alone can send a man to prison for years. And if she is found out that she is lying, nothing's going to happen to her. At the most, she'll spend like what, a year in prison, while you spent decades in prison.
Yeah, that's fucked
Yeah,
up.
you see what I'm talking about?
If that does happen, I agree that's fucked up. I agree there's females do have a privilege. I think I don't know if you heard of it. It was a trans person. She went female to male. And she noticed how, the difference of female privilege, like she couldn't go up to people. Everyone was kind of more colder towards her or him, and everything like that. And I do agree. Women do have a privilege. Often I felt like I was more trusted. I was given more, different kind of work roles, like more lighter work loads. But I'll be honest, I'm a tomboy. I always wanted to not be treated different. I always wanted to be as equal as anyone. I wanted the same opportunity. But I kind of realized a lot of women are self imposing their limitations. They say this glass ceiling, but I'll be honest, I had black women hold me back from moving up in positions who fucked me over. I've had
Believe me,
Hey, and
Lena,
Elena,
Lena,
you're
I've heard
talking
this
to
story
two
before.
minority men,
I've
Yeah.
heard this
Right.
story before.
I'm black myself, so
and I'm Native
Same.
American. I'm telling you, they hold us back more than anyone else.
crabs in a
Most-
bucket mentality.
Yeah,
But
the most racism I experienced has been from other blacks.
But at
yeah,
the end of the day,
yeah.
Lena,
The only time I've heard someone call Yeetus the N-word was a black woman.
black woman, she's a
Not surprising.
divester, right? She's the one that's going dating outside her race. It was
So
insane how she was so comfortable to call me the N-word, right? Not the she co-named it, right? Because it's YouTube, but clearly
Oh,
you
speaking of
knew what
which-
she meant.
speaking
The
of
funny
which,
thing
Lena, it's not that we're trying to argue that reality is or isn't something. It's that every time we try to talk about this stuff, we get canceled from YouTube, fired from our jobs. We cannot have conversations like this openly. We have to hide behind avatars because people will go out and ruin our lives.
And my
They
attitude
want us to
is
kill ourselves.
stupid,
Are you
so-
familiar with the story of Vic Mignogna?
No.
He was a voice actor who got Me Too'd and sued his accusers for false allegations.
Brawley and Full Metal Alchemist?
Yeah, he was the voice actor for
Oh,
Brawley and
yes.
Edward Ulrich.
Yes. I remember that.
Yeah. So, if you watch the deposition of his accuser, the first thing she talks about, you know what a deposition is, right? It's where the opposing lawyer interviews the accuser so that they can, they ask questions. It's almost like a cross-exam, but it's not done in front of a judge and in front of a jury. It's private. So, the Vic's lawyer starts asking questions about her background. What was her relationship like with Vic when they were at work? And she talks about how Vic got his name on this Dragon Ball Super Brawly poster and she didn't. And I was like, oh, that's kind of odd to bring up in a, grape accusation story. Right? And
There's no ulterior motive there.
no, and by the end of the deposition, you got the sense that all the people who went after Vic, there's two reasons they don't like him. Number one, he's an unabashed Christian conservative. He loves God. He has a great relationship with God. He loves his mama, great relationship with his mama. And he has strong conservative family values and beliefs. And of course, in an anime community, that's a no-go. You can't be conservative in entertainment. But the other reason they came forward with these accusations is they really wanted him to kill himself. You got the sense at the end of that, they took a very kind, gentle, soft-spoken man who they knew they miscalculated. They thought he wouldn't fight back, right? Because he's such a gentle, he loves everyone. He wants everyone to get along. He hates conflicts with people, right? He's not combative not one combative bone in his body. They wanted to break and destroy this guy because they thought, one, he couldn't fight back, and two, he might just take himself out of the picture. That is what we fight against. We fight against that.
So did he win his court case? Did he win his court case or what?
It's currently in appeal. So it was
he
dismissed
lost?
under... Yeah, it was dismissed under TCPA in Texas, which is the, it's not defamation because it was free speech law, right? So it's currently in appeal because the legal ground was pretty shaky on what the judge dismissed it on. Turns out the judge had just lost an election to become an appellate judge like a week before he decided Vic's case. So it's like, ooh. Yeah, he was cranky. But yeah, he has a decent chance of winning on appeal and having that case sent back to the court. But currently, yeah, the evidence there's never been a trial on the evidence, right? So no side has been able to establish the accusations are lies or the accusations are true. They never got to that point. It was disposed of by the TCPA, which technically is not really fair. The whole point of court is that you get your day in court. And now they have a law that's like, no, we'll just discard this without a hearing.
But hey, Elena.
Hey, what's up?
It's not us ganging up on you, but you need to, like you said, you trying to learn, you trying to understand where men in here, where we're coming from. You do see why channels like mine exist, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Right? Hey, we don't even have to agree with everything. Yeah, you can definitely disagree with what I have to say, but at least overall, when it comes to male issues, especially, it's not just with relationships, right? Because, model women will be model women. But it's not just that. It's society as a whole that are taking advantage of men. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. I agree that some laws do need to change, and definitely it needs to stop favoring women on some aspects. I actually agree with equality. Like, I honestly think women should, in dates, go Dutch. Honestly, I advise you, if you want to find them, when you go seek a woman, don't pay her away. That's kind of encouraging and kind of narcissist behavior, and kind of you're mainly run into narcissists that way.
Agreed. And I know that you're already married, like you already been married for around 10 years. So this doesn't really apply to you too much. But at the same time, you'll see why. I don't know if you have any sisters or cousins or whatever it is that are still single. You'll see why they're still single. Because once again, I said in my previous streams, majority of women majority of women don't acknowledge majority of men. So pretty much majority of men are invisible to majority of women. And that's facts. That's life right now in 2022 in the United States. If you're not that pinnacle of physique, or if you are not rich as fuck, she won't look your way. And that's the daily dynamics right now in 2022. And you're one of the few that are trying to understand what's going on right now, because the married people or the old heads, yes, I'm going to say old heads, especially the Gen Xers, they're trying to say, oh, you just don't know how to talk to women. Oh, let me just give you this advice to make sure that you're able to get into that puniti. Listen, first time in history of humanity, we had to deal with social media. So what the fuck about the situation more than me? You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying, Elena?
Yeah, I get you. I actually talked to my husband about that, because I asked him, like, why can't they just go and talk? He said, well, things are different now. It's not like that. Like, we were kids, we were younger teenagers. With social media now, like, a woman would think you're creepy or whatnot, or you're a stalker or weirdo if you're coming up to her, and most of them would shy away from it. That's true. I agree with that.
Because
I actually said in the chat.
Oh, what's up?
I said in the chat before that I actually disagree that it's different now in the age of Tinder and social media.
Are you sure? Because
yeah. Hang on.
The main difference is women, they don't have the outreach back then that they have now when it comes to talking to men, right?
I think they had similar numbers of options, right? Because
sure?
in the 80s and 90s, there was a version of online dating, except it wasn't online. It was through letter writing, newspapers, and telephone. You could call into like a 1-800 number and they'd hook you up with a date. Like that those were around in the 80s.
Oh, like personals.
But they don't have the outreach of reaching men around the world.
I don't think so, but
Especially
that's also
those-
a function that the
those-
population got bigger in cities, right? Like the urban-rural divide
I'm
also happened at
just
the same
saying.
time.
With
So-
the Dubai princesses and shit, I'm just saying, especially when it comes to women traveling to not only other countries, but
Oh, that one, yes. Like online absolutely gave them more options internationally. Absolutely. But I'm just saying, like in a locale, like Tinder is only useful in the city that you're currently in. Right?
I see what you're saying. It depends on how you use it. Majority of people, they only look at
Like their local
the
area.
profiles within their
Right?
city, so I definitely agree.
Yeah, so
Technically,
before-
if you're a female, you could go international and get a date in Dubai that'll fly you out.
Yeah, Dubai porta potty.
Hey, they earn $1 million, right? And that's
Oh,
all
yeah.
that matters. Her dignity and her fucking reputation, it won't take a hit, gentlemen. Yeah, she got shat out on her chest, but you know, she's still just as pure as a woman praying right now in church. That's a virgin.
Oh my god.
It's crazy, crazy. And I'm telling you right, and I'm sure Elena can agree. I'm sure you have a single friends out there. I don't know, Elena, but I'm sure you have single friends out there that's fucking going out there to the club, shaking her ass. Who knows what she's doing at those clubs? But then, as soon as Sunday rolls around, all of a sudden she's purified of all her fucking fuckery, and she's a born again virgin.
Oh, you want to see the most
Oh, I'm atheist, so I have a problem with that in general.
She.
Well, that explains a
Oh,
lot.
what a deal.
Anyways, I'm just gonna gloss over that one. But no, Elaine, if you actually want to see the true female nature, just pay very close attention to what your divorced and single friends and how they treat your husband, especially when they're talking to you and he's not around, right? And they're always like, "Oh, what's he up to these days?" Right? They're always trying to pry into his personal business. They tell you stuff like, "Oh, well, why won't he let you do this, or why isn't he doing that?"
No.
You
I don't
doing the
feel
dishes?
like that
You
around.
giving him a glass of water? Oh, he's treating you like a slave.
No, I don't hang with no people like that. The worst.
Oh, that's good. Yes, that's good.
I
I'm
got
gonna
my
give you
favorite.
applause for that one.
A woman sat down with me. She was in her 40s. I was in my late 20s at the time, and she knew I was married and whatnot, and she started telling me how when I get menopause, I'm going to have an itch and I'm going to have to go and have affairs, and she just start telling me how to go about and doing it. And I'm like, what the fuck is
What the
crazy?
hell?
And it was
Yeah.
just disgusting to me. I do admit a lot of these women, they get in these little groups and it becomes like an echo chamber where they try to, oh, you gotta get a real nigga. That actually happened to my cousin. His girl broke up with him because she
real
started talking
nigga.
to girlfriends.
Oh boy.
Pookie and Ray Ray.
And she
But the bit,
cheated on him. It was horrible.
Yeah.
the biggest thing, Elena,
And that's the
biggest
thing too
Elena,
is, so they tell you that openly. Do you know what they tell us? Oh, I'll be loyal. I'll be submissive. That's what they tell us.
no, producer Tim, they'll tell you, not me.
Oh God,
Oh,
no! German shepherds don't tell you
man.
shit. They're just like, what you do with that white woman?
No, they'll literally tell you, especially with the sound of my voice, because believe it or not, gentlemen, I'm black as fuck, right? So they'll be like, oh, so you trying to speak one like those white guys, huh? You using those big words, you fucking Uncle Tom. You just abandon your whole fucking community, huh? Fuck me, right? You trying to go to college and better yourself? Oh, how dare you? Like, I'm telling you, gentlemen, men that are really trying to black men, I'm sorry, and Elena, I'm sure you can agree or not, black men that are really trying to set themselves up for success and trying to make sure that things are good. A lot of issues these days when it comes to the black community is a shit ton of black women. They don't deem you as man enough if you're not out here calling fucking women bitches and hoes, and you're not out there in the corner selling
yeah.
dope, or you're not dying for a corner that you don't even fucking own.
Yes, you're making me have flashbacks.
I've overheard that.
Well-
I've seen that.
It
And I know
happens
my
all the
uncle
time in the
doesn't
black
go with that.
community. All the time. All the time. All the time.
It gets annoying after a while, doesn't it?
It gets so fucking stupid. So stupid. Like, you telling me right now, as a black man, especially, a young black, like around 20 years old, let's say 20 years old, she will literally be like, oh, you're too nice, or oh, you just a lame. Let me just go over there to a motherfucker that probably already has 6, 7, 20 kids and caught 2, 3 different fucking STDs. But just because he has a felon, he's more manly than the good average black man. Are you stupid or are you fucking dumb?
They are pretty much dumb. It's a lot of people just follow what they think, what society deems, what the media, what music, and I kind of feel I see it like one of my husband's exes was one night Carmelise, and she, recently, because she's a part of my nephew's family, whatever, and just recently got back in contact with her and whatnot. And she's just a blatant alcoholic. She just drinks all the time. She partied her whole 20s just drinking all the time. And it's shocking. Just this mindset of a lot of women like, oh, I got it good. I got my body, and I do see it. And I actually do commend you guys. You're going out there and you're calling the problem, because I always feel like, for everyone to be equal, women deserve to be called out for a lot of this bullshit. We can't have it where we give
Elena, I definitely have a question about that. So, how do you feel about especially the black women? Like women in general, whatever, but black women, how do you feel about them saying black men don't protect us?
You know what? You ain't shit. You ain't shit.
I say fuck.
Hey, I ain't shit with these hundreds of thousands of dollars. Sure, why not? See, that's the biggest thing, right? They will put all these years into a fucking convicted felon, but as soon as they hit the quote unquote wall, I'm sure you know what the wall is, Elena, right? As soon as they hit the fucking wall, especially they're single mothers, because Elena, I don't know if you agree or not, the black community has the highest rate of single mothers, but at the same time, we have the highest rate of black men that are fatherless. So what does that say? All these single black women choose these specific Tyrones, Pookie, and Ray Rays.
Yeah, they have 6 kids by 5 different men. And the only reason that 2 of the kids have the same father is because they're twins.
Yeah. And the crazy thing about it is, when you point out we're just pointing out what these black women are doing, it's, oh, you hate black women. I'm like,
yep.
No, we're just telling you
you're called a racist.
We're just telling you you're messing up and how you're messing up, and that's it.
Yep, and that's the biggest thing, Elena. Not saying that, and once again, I'm the person that date all over outside my fucking race. I'm talking about white, Mexican, Asian, Romanian, German, Korean, Indonesian, fucking women from goddamn
Ghana.
Malaysian, actually.
Dang, so, sounds like you in debate.
It's not. There's plenty of attractive women out there. Black women, I mean. I'm not saying that black women are not attractive, but it's just the fucking mindset and the goddamn attitude that runs majority of black men to go out and date other races. What do you have to say about that, Elena? It's a fucking attitude. The attitude.
I think, there's a lot of problems culturally with black women. Generally, I had it before, like I told you. I had other black women trying to meddle in my relationship before. Yeah. And honestly, if you're happy dating whoever or getting whatever, I don't care. I'm all for whoever you want to be with. I've seen black women, a lot of black women now are getting with white men and whatnot, and I'm happy for them. If you feel like, these black women, and a lot of them aren't shit, because it is a problem. I agree with you. It is a problem. I watched some of Kevin Samuel's, maybe rest in peace. I may not agree with everything, but I'm still going to, have some respect. He never really, he didn't really do anything harmful, but I do see it as a problem. I agree with you, and I think that you're in your right to pursue those relationships.
if we could just take care of the goddamn twerking, that'd be a
Sure.
great first step. Stop fucking twerking on everything.
Oh,
Get rid of TikTok.
Well, I don't really got much with them myself. I've always been like a nerd person, but I'm indifferent.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about, though, right?
Yes,
Twerking
I've
on an
seen it.
ambulance, twerking at funerals.
Okay, that's they deserve to have charges pressed against them if they're twerking on ambulance. That's disgusting. Or when the lady was in the McDonald's counter twerking, she needs to go to prison. That stuff is just disgusting. I don't know why that's becoming popular. It's not funny, but curse of social.
But Elena, I have another example, right? So once again, right, the good, average, or not good enough black men, they're getting clowned on, when they're young adults or whatever. But as soon as these very same men get passports, say, you know what? Let me see what's going on out there overseas. Let's see what kind of women are out there. The very same black women that clown these men are trying to dick police them. What do you say about that, Elena?
Well, honestly,
You can't go up there. Oh, you trying to take advantage of poverty women and blah, blah, blah. Like, hold up, bitch. I've been here the whole fucking time. And you here it's talking about that I ain't shit. I'm not hood enough. I'm not gangster enough. I'm not here. I'm not this. I'm not that. And you didn't even bother trying to look my way. But as soon as I'm here, I'm like, you know what? Let me go to Spain. Let me go to Germany. Let me go to Austria, Romania. Let me go to the Asian countries. All of a sudden, black women have an issue. That's the contradiction right there.
well, honestly, I don't think they should have an issue. That sounds like there's some insecurity on their fat.
Bro, Elena, it's a gigantic issue right now. It's not be funny. I know you've been married for 10 years, but right now, when it comes to the dating dynamics, not just black women, but women in general in the West, they get very upset when a bachelor goes overseas and see what's going on over there. How dare you go over there? How dare you try to take advantage of those women? Oh, you trying to get those youngins? Oh, you fucking creep, you fucking perv, or blah blah blah. Like, you didn't give a fuck about me in the first place, and now that I'm like, you know what? Let me see what's going on out there, and I'm talking about, yeah, younger women. I ain't trying to fucking start a family with a woman that's 35 years old. The fuck? That's not the majority of men. It's not. We go for younger women. Would you agree, Elena?
It's your choice who you want to be with, as long as it's
No,
legal.
no. I'm just saying, when it comes to building a family,
Building
a
a
man would go for a middle-aged fucking woman.
Probably not.
No.
She's going through menopause. More than likely, she can't really bear a child. But
Yeah,
some
like to
do.
smash, why not? Yeah, whatever. If she's good looking enough, fuck it. But when it comes to building a family, ain't no fucking way a man, not only a man, but a man of value, right? Because there's average man, and there's men that actually fucking get to the point where they're something in the sense of they're above average. Why would he settle with a middle-aged woman?
That's his. I don't know.
I know
Honestly,
his purpose is.
I'm approaching middle age myself. I'm 34, but my
Well,
husband loves me, and
it's all good, Elena. Once again, like you're the one that's married, so it's all good in the neighborhood. But when it comes to a single man that busts his ass for years or possibly decades to get where he is at, if he's above average, why in the fuck would he say, hey, you know what? This woman that's almost in her 40s and probably going to give me kids that have cognitive issues or deformities. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and settle with her.
is it because she's older? There's more of a
Yes.
risk.
Yes,
Statistically
she's
speaking,
older.
the older you wait, the higher chance of developmental disabilities, or autism.
Yes, the older she gets, the way
Like-
higher risk the pregnancy.
What is it? By 28, what percent of the eggs have?
50%. 50%.
Yeah, right. Like, women have an expiration date biologically. Men don't. Men can father babies at any age.
Yep.
Well,
To the end of his life.
After puberty, of course.
Okay.
Like
Well,
Hugh Hefner.
that's a
I
choice.
mean,
If
And
you
that-
want to
and-
get with a younger woman, you can. I don't.
And that's
I
the
don't
thing
care.
too. It goes back to what men value in women and what women value in men, right? If I'm going to marry a woman, it's because I want her to have my kids. I'm not going to marry for any other reason. Why would I? I lose everything in the divorce, right?
yep. Everything else is just a bonus.
Yeah. Why the hell would I get married in 2022? The only reason is that I want to raise a family and I want the kids to all have the same name, same as their mother.
Agreed.
Right.
Same father, same kids, same everything. And I'm not
So-
saying, Elena, you probably have a good husband. I'm not. You probably hit the jackpot, but you got to understand the issues that men are going through. Like, I'm sure producer Tim already saw this. There's laws being passed right now because of Roe v. Wade. Women can sue men just for being pregnant.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I saw
I
that.
sent you that thing the other day.
They're trying to pass that bill. I'm not saying that's the actual law, but they're trying to pass that bill.
Yeah, in Ohio.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
So she could sue them, the father,
Yep.
Pretty much
for
for child
knocking her up.
support.
for child support.
Yeah,
She
pretty
can't
much child support.
get child support if the child's born, or is it when she's pregnant?
When she's pregnant, when she's conceived, she can go after a man that's the father and say, "Hey, I want child support just for carrying your baby." That's the law they're trying to pass right now in Ohio. They're trying to
That's
pass that.
unfortunate.
And
It's
let's be
kind
real
of
for a
chain
second.
reaction.
Let's
It's
be
a
real
chain
for a second in
reaction.
regards to that law. How the heck do we know that's the father's kid? Or is she just saying that?
Mandatory
No.
DNA test.
But they don't want mandatory DNA.
Oh, I know they don't want mandatory DNA tests. Because you start bringing that shit up and they change their tune real quick.
They can take the money from a man that's not the actual father.
How
Well,
are they going to know?
not
But, I mean, like I said
theoretically, but
before-
practically, yes. Because unless you have a DNA test, how do you know?
Elena, like
The
I said
man's
before, if
or
they're
DNA
willing
test.
to take child support when that kid turns 18, if they're willing to charge a underage boy that got taken advantage of by a female teacher to pay child support when he turns 18, what won't they do? This is a true story, Elena. It happened.
I
It happened to
understand.
a friend of mine.
But I get you. I get you. You're what you guys are advocating is valid. I understand 100%.
Yeah, this is one of many
100%.
things.
It's one of many things. I get what you mean, but I kind of just feel like this perspective is mainly just to you guys, your experiences. And you say statistics and all that stuff, and I agree. You know, men have a higher rate of suicide. Men do get shafted in terms of the judicial system when it comes to getting rights for their child if the mother's unfit and whatnot. But I
Hey,
think
men even get raped at a not as high amount as women, but it's a lot higher than everyone gives it credit for. Yeet, I showed you that video, right?
course.
Get that butt.
But the biggest thing, Elena, what you know right now, currently, based on the videos that you watch for mine or any other content creator that make videos like mine, what is the perk for a man, single man right now, to get into a relationship, let alone married, let alone have kids in 2022?
what's a perk?
What is a perk for a man to even get to a relationship, get married, or have kids right now with a woman, Western woman, in 2022? What is the benefit? What benefit does a man have?
The only benefit, if you're a man and you are struggling yourself and you find a woman that's willing to support you on your dreams and aspirations.
But what
if
if I'm
you
not struggling?
If you're
Yeah,
not
women-
struggling, more than likely it's going to be in her interest. It's going to, when you have things going on for you, it's just generally harder to find people who aren't going to take advantage of you.
But when it comes to the government contract, you know that it's kind of foolish for a man to sign a contract, aka the marriage contract. It's foolish for a man to sign something that the person that breaks it gets rewarded. There's countless statistics for that.
Yes.
So
Do you
what
know
is the
No fault
point of marriage?
divorce. No fault divorce. Thank you, Ronald Reagan.
Do you think
Agreed.
prenups resolves that or no?
Oh, no.
Prenups
No.
can't get thrown out the
Prenups are
window.
not ironclad.
Yep.
So
Dr.
Elena,
Dre had a
in front of a
fucking
judge.
prenup and he still paid.
you get in front of a judge, and you're like, Your Honor, she gets nothing. We signed this prenup. And she breaks out to tears in a tissue box. He forced me to sign it under duress. He took advantage of my weak power.
Yep, and it happened often. In fact, there's countless women out there that refuse to get married or cause they cause countless amount of drama just because their soon-to-be husband recommended a prenup. I'm telling you right now. Oh, why do you need a prenup? Oh, I thought we loved each other. Blah blah blah. No, bitch. No. I'm gonna keep you. No. I'm gonna keep you right now. Fuck that. If the audacity to insinuate that you're gonna try to throw that out there, talking about, oh, how dare you try to protect yourself for financial security? You know, what's my money is my money. What's your money is my money. Is that how marriage works? How dare you, husband, soon to be husband? How dare you trying to protect yourself? That's pretty much how it is. In 2022.
I think that's a red flag, and that should help you find women that are not willing to commit. It's a gamble. It's just a gamble. I won't lie. You never know.
I'm tired of the you just didn't find the right woman. I'm not going after you, Elena. But I'm tired of that fucking scenario. Oh, you just didn't find the right woman. Oh, you just didn't find her. Blah blah blah. Okay, so after the fourth divorce, what? You want him to go for a fifth marriage? No. Women at this point in 2022, they got so much power when it comes to the dating dynamics. It's not the fact that if they're going to divorce you or not. It's the fact that they have the ability and the power to divorce you at any fucking time. She could wake up one day and say, oh, I'm not happy. And your life is financially destroyed as a man.
And the thing is, and this analogy's been beaten to death. Would you jump out of a plane if the parachute only has a 70% chance of opening? Yes or no?
Oh, hell no.
Fuck that.
I would hope not.
Oh, hell no. I think I'd have better chance of staying on the plane, even if it was crashing.
Agreed. Completely.
Like,
agreed.
I can go into the cockpit and be like, okay, maybe there's a chance I can get this under control and land it in a field or something. I'd take my chances that way. Once I jump out of the plane, no, it gets game over.
But hey, all I'm saying is at the end of the day, Elena, I'm tired of the fucking excuses. I'm tired of the fucking manipulation. I'm tired of the goddamn gaslighting. Men around my age, men around my era, we had fucking enough, right? And unfortunately, the best we can do is to create this type of content to warn others, or at least trying to say, hey, you know what I'm saying? The system is working against you, man. Do you really want to go follow through? I'm not saying that you can't get married. I'm not saying you can't have kids, but you need to learn the consequences. You need to be aware of the flags, of the warning signs of, oh, yeah, she's going to baby trap you. Oh, yeah, she doesn't want you to make a prenup or any other of these signs. I'm telling you, gentlemen, right now, at least when it comes to various men, right? They can be boomer, Gen X, whatever it is. But right now, at least with the millennials and Gen X, we're fucking done with the bullshit. And Elena, once again, you don't know everything of what we're talking about. But at the end of the day, you need to understand that men, we dealt with so much bullshit since the 1960s, late 1960s. Right? Because that's where modern feminism came about. Late 1960s until now, men got fucked. I mean, no lube. We got fucked. But now, since there's channels like mine, And other channels like what MTR and Poor Man Podcast, they're almost at Poor Man Podcast. He's almost at 700,000 subscribers, saying the exact
MGTOwn.
thing. Okay, yeah, Big Town Podcast right there, close to 12,000 subs.
You know, it's funny too because
thing that I'm saying right now. Why are women so threatened? Why are women are so distraught? Why are women are so pissed off that channels like mine are pointing out the bad behaviors and decisions? Why are they so pissed off? Why are women so pissed off that we like, you know what? Fuck that. 1 out of 3 children statistically are not the father is not the kid is not the father's, right? So when a woman gets with a man, 1 out of 3 chance that father is not the father of the kid.
And that includes widows and stepkids and whatnot. Like that's
right,
all encompassing. All encompassing.
Yeah, and all these other nonsense.
Yeah, and cheating and of course.
So pissed off? Why are women so pissed off in 2022 that we are outing their nonsense, outing their infidelity, outing their hoish behavior, outing the horrible, horrible decisions that they're doing in their lives? That's what I'm trying to say. That's the main reason why my channel exists, right?
Can I address something really quick?
After this, I'll talk about plenty of things, Elena. I'll talk about countless things. But when it comes to my channel and plenty of other channels, the main reason why we're here is because we're trying to hold modern women accountable. Because, Elena, let's keep it real. Who is holding modern women accountable for their fucking crazy behavior of fucking 50 or hundreds, or hell, if they're working hard enough, thousands of dudes? They get pregnant or they get some super syphilis or super gonorrhea. They want to turn around and blame men? Are you fucking kidding me? Right? From 18 until fucking 35. They want to fuck as many dudes as possible with no repercussions. But as soon as men are like, you know what? Oh shit, she's a community bicycle. Oh, she's a hoe. I don't want to fuck with her anymore. I don't want to even look her way. I'm not going to take her seriously. At the end of the day, men are blamed. And that's just me. That's just me. And I can definitely go on for another fucking chapter. I can go on with a lot of shit that I know. But Producer Tim, you said you had something to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to address something really quick because it feels like, you come into a channel like this and all we do is talk about women nonstop, and that's not true. And I'll give you a great example. So here, I'll put my channel in the chat, in the YouTube chat here, right?
Is
so
this
MGTOwn
show?
Podcast. Yes, it's a show, sort of. With MGTOwn Podcast, Drexel and I will talk equally about men fucking up just as much as women fucking up, right? We talk about men who want to be getting pegged, who start crying over women, right? And displaying all sorts of beta simp behavior. Because at the end of the day, this show is about telling men to make better decisions with their lives. We've brought women. Drexel has brought women onto our show to talk. We brought one woman who actually pegs dudes, lawyers, judges, right? And she's like, these men ain't shit. And we asked her, are you attracted to a man who wants to get pegged? A man who's like, oh, but it's my queen. It's my queen. Does that turn you on at all? And the answer is always no. We're batting 1,000% on that one.
Yeah, I forgot about that, Elena. My bad. And like, once again, I go hard on women because, once again, nobody, and I'm sure you can agree, Elena, nobody is holding women accountable these days. You're running amok, thinking that they can do the same thing as men can do. But as soon as they are fucking ravaged by multiple men, they don't want to take accountability. But at the same time, I agree, Producer Tim, we definitely hold men accountable as well. If you look through my past content that I made, my past videos, we are a lot worse on men than women. We are so
because men
worse
should
on
know
men
better.
I can agree here. Like content like Yeetus has saved. Like I'll say it saved my freaking life. I used to be a simp, and listening to the content made me realize that I need to stop. I need to stop fixating myself on women. I need to stop because it didn't do me any favors.
Agreed. And Elena, I know we're throwing like a shit ton on you, but that's pretty much the premises of what we talk about. I know it seems like it was pretty one-sided with women, but we also talk about men. Men I don't really worry about because at the end of the day, men are held accountable for their actions regardless. Men have no choice but to be held accountable. But what do you have to say about that, Elena? Just based on whatever you heard, let me know what you have to say
About the accountability, or in just in general about women who are.
Pretty
I
much
think the problem.
accountability for men and women.
I think women should be held accountable. I think people in general should be held accountable. Just because my experience is, like I said, I know you guys say, well, my experience is different. I'm a woman. I understand. I have a different view. I can't understand a lot of the shit you guys go through. I probably will never understand, no matter how much I listen to. But I agree. For everyone to be accountable, that's how you reach things being equal. That's the only way to get equality. Is everyone needs to be accountable for. It doesn't matter how high they are, how low they are in the structure. They need to be held accountable for their actions. And I agree. A lot of women get the pass.
I agree, but I'm gonna have to be that guy, and it's probably going to be an interesting conversation. Do you believe equality exists between men and women, or what's it called? Interdependence. So what I mean by interdependence is that men have their role, women have their role, but it doesn't mean that one person is less important than the other. So do you believe that men and women are equal in every way? Or do you believe that interdependence, that, hey, a man is going to serve his place, like a man's going to be in his place and a woman's going to be in her place, but it does not mean that they're less important. You get what I'm saying?
Somewhat. So,
Okay. So do you believe that equality exists between men and women?
as currently right now, no, I don't believe it exists.
So what do you mean currently? What do you mean by that?
As in this day and age, it doesn't exist. I'm like what I mentioned before with women in terms of divorce, how often the judge favors them in terms of having the kids and her getting child support and whatnot, even if she may be
Well,
unfit.
do you believe men and women can ever be equal? Because my personal opinion, hell no. It's been proved on multiple occasions.
Oh,
Not saying that, oh, women are less than dirt. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying when it comes to men and women being equal in every way, I think that's delusional.
You mean in terms of like strength?
Strength when it comes to relationships, when it comes to roles in society, various reasons. That's why the various reasons is the reason why equality doesn't exist, in my opinion, between men and women. And once again, I'm not saying that, oh yeah, women are less important or women are subhuman, blah blah. No, that's not what I'm saying. Men have their job, women have their job. They have to work together, right? AKA interdependence. Interdependence is pretty much working together. They're
So,
not.
do you think women certain jobs, like certain jobs, that a woman can't handle? Correct. Besides physical aspect, like we're not talking about
police. Oh,
sports.
police officers. Oh man, I've seen so many
Oh.
terrible female police officers.
Hey, I got videos.
Oh boy.
I got videos.
So that's
Yeah.
that's my issue. Why are we looking at so much as sex and versus the content of character? You can't take credit for? Do you take credit for also all the men that fuck up? It's like, that's what's my issue with the
Well, we
whole
don't take
argument.
creded, but we try to check
No,
them.
I just know
You
that.
know, we
I
criticize them.
understand that, but you don't. But you're not. But that doesn't mean you're a associate. That doesn't mean you're also going to be a fuck up. It doesn't, because you're a man also. That's my issue. That's my
Oh.
only issue.
No, Elena, the biggest difference, I see what you're saying. The biggest difference between that is when men fuck up, other men point it out. When women fuck up, other women cover for her.
But I've
Oh,
seen
it's
it where
okay.
Or
other men
validate what you, or
point it out.
validate your behavior.
That's why the whole concept of thin blue line is this, because police officers were covering for each other. There's been so many
But do you
cases.
honestly believe
That's not a
female
man or
police
woman thing.
officer-
That's
but-
a government authority thing.
Exactly.
But Tim,
it's
I got
human thing. That's my thing.
I gotta say this shit right quick.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
beyond
No, I really do. I gotta say this. Do you really believe that the average woman can take on the average man when it comes to being a police officer? So, do you really honestly believe that a woman is able to handle an average man when it comes to being a police officer? So
physically.
Yeah, physically, like arresting them.
If
do
she's
you
in
honestly
shape,
believe?
like that one martial artist woman who beat those people who try to rob her,
Well,
yes.
But how many of
she's
them?
the
a lot of
exception.
people, even a lot
That-
of men, like you mentioned before, a lot of people in your chat, I'll be honest with you, they probably would not do well in the fight against anyone that's fit. If they're not healthy and you're not working out, it doesn't matter if you're male. Also, there's
Elena,
men.
but I'm gonna have to keep it. I'm gonna have to keep it real. Even a fit woman will have a hard time against the average man.
No, straight up, a woman who does CrossFit and actually works out cannot beat a man who does not work out in an arm wrestling competition. There is no contest there. They're
not arm
fucked.
wrestling. Women have less upper body strength. I understand the physical differences. I'm not trying to debate that. That's just insane to debate that. But there was a case of a woman who knew martial arts and she beat a couple of male robbers, I believe. It's possible. I think it's possible, but you got to
Yeah, the top percentage of women can beat like the lower percentage of men.
Yeah,
But
Especially
you're not
men.
going to get the you're not going to get the top 1 physical percent of women going after men. You're going to get the fat 300-pound women who, under the slightest bit of duress, pull a firearm and shoot someone dead during a traffic stop.
but at the
Taser,
same
taser,
time, when
taser.
it comes to women at a traffic stop, right? Once again, there's countless videos, right? I can think of videos on the top of my head. Once a woman was in danger, in the sense of, I'm sure you guys know which video I'm talking about, where they were confronting a guy and see if he had any outstanding warrants, which he did. He is the one that took control of that woman's arm that had that pistol, and she was freaking the fuck. Don't shoot
Oh,
me.
yeah. I know the video you're talking about. Now, here's
Right.
the thing. Elena, we can talk about these incidents in isolation, but rarely do police encounters happen in isolation. What is the risk if a female cop is overpowered by just the average male? Because statistically, that is true. An average female cop can be overpowered by the average female male. That is
Agreed.
that's true.
Average male,
right?
male.
We're stronger. Like,
Yeah,
that's
we have the advantage. We have the advantage. That's why I check men who hit women. It's like, bro, we have all the advantages. Why do you got to lay your hands on a woman? That's fucking weak shit, right?
Agreed. Unless
I will
she's
check
trying
a
to
man
kill
who
me.
puts his hands on a woman.
Agreed. Unless she's trying to kill me, there's no reason for me to fucking.
Well, yeah,
lay
of
her
course,
unless
that's
she's
the
the
unless.
one doing
But
it.
anyways,
But not all men have
whoa,
the
hang
same
on, whoa,
right?
we got off topic. We got a little out of the weeds on that.
Oh, no. We're on topic.
No. I just want to go back to the female officer thing. Okay, so
All right.
if I'm a pretty average build guy, right? I'm 5'8", 200 pounds. I'm pretty average for male. If I overpower a female cop who's statistically shorter than me and less strong as me and weighs a lot less than me, and I get her gun, what does that mean for her partner? Okay, now he's in a gunfight, right? Me overpowering her endangered his life. But if it's me versus 2 male cops, the chances of me getting their guns goes down drastically.
It's a lot harder to wrestle off two male officers than one.
Yeah,
female.
like I'd get my shit kicked in. Right?
So. Yeah,
And
but
keep
that-
in mind, there are some guys who are so hopped up on drugs that they can take on multiple male cops. So you can
Yes.
imagine that if it takes 3 times as many females to do the same work as one male, I'm sorry, you can't get 15 females in contact with the same single male for restraining purposes.
And now we're
That's
talking about
absolutely-
real life consequences because your inability to restrain that subject is now okay, now we're in a gunfight for our lives, right?
Yeah.
And ask any cop, oh fuck no, I would rather get into a fist fight than a gunfight any day of my life.
Agreed. Because once again, and you know, this is another example, Lena. There's actual video out there. There's a woman that tried to take down that fugitive by herself, but he was able to wrestle the gun out of her hand, and she was screaming for her fucking life. I mean, screaming. And the only reason that she didn't get yeeted to heaven is because the backup came just in time to let him the fuck up, and all the backup was male.
Oh wait, are you talking about? Oh, I know the case you're talking about. Is this like big drunk guy, right? And he shot, she shot his mother by accident.
Agreed.
Yeah, I know that one. And then the fucking guy comes in and Sparta kicks the suspect and knocks him out cold. That was very satisfying.
I think that she can take on a man that was 6 foot something, 200, even
pissed drunk out of his mind.
Officer will think twice than to take on a guy like that by himself.
That's my point. It's just generally
it's the emotional fitness and the physical fitness.
They also take a lot of male officers. That's why they take steroids and whatnot because of those scenarios. But honestly, if the woman's fit, I don't see a problem. But no, even me personally, I don't go out there and try to engage in fights. You know,
but they lowered the fitness standard so that women could get into the police force, right?
And military.
Yeah, so now that's the opposite of what you just said. Because now we don't know if they're fit because the standards are different. And in fact, statistically, they're not fit.
So they require this, but why there's a lot of overweight officers?
So, once again, like she has a taser, she has a weapon, and that's a great equalizer. I'm not saying that that's not a good equalizer, but let's say that she has to go fisticuffs to a man that feels like he's back to a corner. Not you, but let's say a lot of people underestimate how far a man will go to not get thrown in jail or worse. If a man feels like he's cornered, the testosterone is his best friend. And it's not good for that female cop. It is not good whatsoever because
that's her choice. Go for it.
No, I'm just no. I'm
oh yeah, you're gonna get yeeted if you do that.
I will.
I mean, I've seen men get yeeted. It's like you guys say, well, the average woman. No, I'm talking in general. You guys say the average woman and whatnot, but I've seen like a lot of men. They get just their stuff pushed in because they're either shorter, they don't work out, or the guy is more physically fit, or he's on drugs and stuff like that. It's a risk. If you're going to be a cop, it should be understood that that's the risk you're going to put yourself in, especially if you're
sure
at a disadvantage.
All the more reason the standard should be lowered.
Yeah, exactly. All the more reason the standard should be lower. But also, if the average male isn't fit to be a cop, then who's left? Like, we don't really have a choice after that.
I just see a lot of fat cops. That's why I'm questioning it.
Yes, and that's because now those videos that you see, those are usually like county deputies in small towns where they don't deal with violent crime very often.
No, we have chubby cops out here in Detroit. That's what I'm questioning.
Because they don't have to recertify for fitness.
Okay, they don't have to change that.
I agree. I do think that physically fit cops are safer cops. Right, because then they're more likely to just take down a suspect rather than shoot him.
I don't put my hands in. I wouldn't put my fate in or my life in any hands. Any cop hands. Ratio.
Any cop? No. But let's.
No. That's why you have the Second Amendment.
Yeah.
That's why you have the Second Amendment.
I don't.
Hold on. I'm gonna keep it real though. I'm gonna keep it real though. Let's say you had no choice. Would you put your fate in the hands of a male cop or female cop?
Or even a firefighter. Go with a more relatable situation, right? Like I said, I'm 5'8", 200 pounds. Can the average woman carry me out of a burning house if I'm totally out?
Fuck no.
Nope.
Average woman.
But can the average man?
Yes.
Yes.
I actually, you guys
the average man can lift 200 pounds.
There's a lot of men. They could do it for a little bit, but.
Yeah, a little bit's all that I need, right? I mean, a little bit's all I need.
A very fit woman being capable of carrying, there's a lot of.
And
For example,
I'm
a lot
okay.
of convict women are firefighters. They actually fight wildfires and whatnot.
I know this because I grew up in an area where the big fire base was. I know this, but again, because they look, if I'm trapped in a burning house and a woman firewoman, whatever you say, saves me, I'm not going to be like, no, put me in a house. I want a man to save me. No, it's like, good, you got the job done. But if they're like, hey, we lowered the entrance standard so that she could get accepted into the fire department.
Which actually
Which actually
happened.
did
And
happen.
there are 6 people trapped and they only have 6 firefighters, and they're like, okay, so each one takes a person, and the woman can't pick me up and I die because of that. I'm going to be pretty fucking pissed. I will haunt that fire
What
department.
if they lower the standards and a man can't pick you up because he's fat?
I'm also going to be pissed.
Exactly.
See, I'm gonna keep it real right now. See,
The issue is the standards, not
me
the women,
myself, I'm a
it's the
veteran.
standards.
Yeah,
I'm
but
a
they lowered
veteran.
the standards for women. They didn't
But
lower the
I'm
standards
gonna
for
keep
men.
it real. Hold
There's
up.
a
I'm a
vets and
veteran.
in
If
there
I'm
as
out
well.
there in the firefight and I see some fucking 5 foot, who the fuck it is, 5 feet tall woman that's 130 pounds at fucking best, along with her equipment, along with her fucking weapon, along with the goddamn ammo, is trying to drag me out of a firefight, I want her to put me out of my fucking misery. Because there ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way. No.
Yeah, with all your gear, you're
No.
With all your gear, you're heavy as
Do you
hell.
feel might makes right, or do you feel that
When it comes to war and when it comes to dragging people out of the fucking burning building, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Might makes right.
But not then we should consider not all men are equally as strong. There's a lot of men who are skinny, who are shorter.
But majority of men are strong enough.
Yeah,
Can you-
don't
And
join
those
the fire
men
department.
don't. Those men don't pass. If you can't cut it as a man, then you don't pass. If you can't cut it as a woman, then you do pass. That's how it works.
But
I'm gonna keep it real.
Pass, but there are a lot of men who are unhealthy and whatnot. That means
If they're
man. How's that
well,
fair?
no, I'm gonna keep it real. If they're kicked out, they're kicked out. They can't pass the standards, which is all
So
good.
does it make them
Yeah,
less
I'm
than
okay
men?
with that.
But that's expected, right? If you cannot pass the standards, it's all good. But can you say the same for majority of female soldiers or firefighters or police officers? No, you can't, because if we held them to the same standards as men when it comes to physical standards, majority of them will fail. So why do you think they lower the standards?
Yeah, look at the new Army's PT test. Most of the women couldn't pass the dang thing, so they created a separate standard for the women.
Hey, by the way, in order to be a Calgary firefighter, you have to have the Fauci ouchie.
Oh boy.
Yeah, fuck
I
that.
think
What the fuck?
honestly, they should, if they can meet the standards in terms of how much they have to run and whatnot, they should be allowed. But lowering the
Oh,
standards for
I
women,
agree.
no, I don't agree with. It depends
Yep,
on.
okay,
also
so we're
what
on the
kind
same
of job
ground
they're
then.
doing. Yes.
If women can
Yeah.
meet the same standard as a man, I have no issues whatsoever.
Not,
Go
but the
for it.
thing
And
is,
you know what? I've met
to run
female
and whatnot, but not
lumberjacks.
physically.
I have met female lumberjacks. Like, there are women who are very strong out there. My mother would be one of them, because she worked
Agreed.
in a fucking lumber mill when she
Agreed,
was
but they're
raising
not
my
the
ass.
majority. They're not the
Yeah, no,
majority.
they're
That's
not.
what
No,
I'm
my
saying.
mama's definitely not the majority. No, but that's the thing too. Is if my mama comes in to save my ass out of a burning building, you bet you ass, I'm not gonna be complaining, right?
No, I know I'm safe. I'm safe.
I know I'm safe. If my mama gonna come take my ass out of a fire, I'm safe until I wake up, and then she's gonna kick my ass for starting a fire.
Agree. I'm just saying that I'm tired of the fucking affirmative action, especially when it comes to the dangerous jobs that these women are trying to come in just because they want to make a fucking name for themselves because it's so empowering. Oh, feminism.
I do see where Elena's coming
Have you
from.
heard
Though.
about the very first combat engineer in the U.S. military? The first female combat engineer. She fucking desert basic training. She was a deserter.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't even fucking finish. She ran away.
I see where Elena's coming from, though, because yes, male fitness standards have fallen in the last 30 years. We're fatter, we're lazier,
Completely.
right?
Yeah.
So I would be equally as upset that they lowered the fitness standards for men if they did for women. I'd be equally as upset. Now, here's the reality hitting you in the head, though. If you don't lower the standard and you don't have enough firemen, well, nobody, like Gray the ghost isn't going to pull my ass out of a fire. He's a ghost, right? If there's no one there to pull me out of a fire. So sometimes, okay, I have to compromise. I the fitness standards are too high for the current crop of men, and that's something I think we should address.
Now,
right? We should
here's
have
the
more
thing.
physical activity and more sports in school,
lack
less
of
learning
testosterone.
about fucking Hamlet
Well-
and William Shakespeare.
Now, here's the thing. I actually like to give a personal anecdote that I heard from a coworker regarding female firefighters. So there's a volunteer firefighter force. Like, they were well trained. Most of the guys were fit, but the guys, since it was volunteer, they had to work all day, and the women were basically able to sit around the fire hall. And what would happen is that the women at the fire hall, they wouldn't wait for the guys to show up when a call went out. They just take the truck and go. So the guys would show up and there would be no fire truck, and they wouldn't get any recognition or compensation for quitting their jobs,
Yeah.
like for the call and going out. And the women, like, they'd go and they were basically useless. And
by the way,
the politics eventually drove these male firefighter volunteers out of being volunteer firefighters.
You have
But-
to understand about volunteer firefighters. Well, number one, that what you're describing with the fire truck is what's supposed to happen. Who's ever at the station brings the truck and the equipment, and they're supposed to meet you at the location. Because think about it, the fire station could be across town from the incident, but then the guy working there, like they figured this out, right? When they get you on the pager, because my stepdad was a volunteer, right? When they get you on the pager, they'll give you the address. And then you decide, okay, I'm meeting you at the station or I'm meeting you at the location. So that's not that unusual. The fact that men showed up and the women left with the trucks, that's just failure of communication. And you can't, I don't want to assume whose failure that was. I can guess, but I don't want to assume.
Yeah, no, this was just an anecdote I heard from a former coworker who was a volunteer firefighter, that the expectation was that they were to meet at the station, but the women left before the guys all arrived, and so the women just collected their compensation for being a volunteer firefighter, and the guys got shafted.
Oh, and volunteer, like, if you're a volunteer firefighter, your average call is like someone burnt something on the stove, right? Where you just go in with like a little 20-gallon fire extinguisher and put it out. Like, that's your average call.
I didn't get the details. That was just one anecdote I had. Figured I'd throw it in.
Although nowadays, I know a guy who's a paramedic. Nowadays, most of their calls are ODs. Oh, by the way, I live in an area where the paramedics are at the fire station. Right.
I'm going to address the super chats. Eva
okay.
Herman, $5 super chat. Thank you very much for the donation. Pull up the video where two chicks team up on a guy in a jiu-jitsu match, and he whoops both of them. Women will be as strong as men. Well, if you send it to Gray, he'll be able to pull it up. He'll be way more likely to do it. Also, Ghost, she makes it sound like all men are out of shape. Well, I don't think that she means it like that. But at the end of the day, why women these days are trying to prove so much to be like men? No, fuck that. LARP like men, to the point where they're beyond stressed out, they are beyond unhappy, all they have is their careers, to the point where they're unable to have periods or nor children. And even worse, they want to go and die in war. Why are they trying to prove that so much that, oh yeah, we're just as good as men, blah, blah, blah. But when shit gets real, all of a sudden they don't want to be like men anymore, right? For example, there's a scare back in 2019, and right now in 2022 that, oh, World War III is around the corner. World War III is around the corner. Now it doesn't sound so bad to make your man a sandwich.
Oh, yeah. The amount of draft dodging that goes on for female military members, it's quite hilarious. Because Drexel's brother is currently serving, right? So it's funny because when you get your deployment papers, it's shocking how many of the female soldiers come back saying they're pregnant.
I'm not surprised whatsoever. I'm not because I was in, but I'm not surprised. Anytime
I've
there's
heard
some
of
type
men
of
getting out of stuff like in dumb. Like this one guy was due to drugs.
how can a man get out of deployment?
Yeah, then he gets discharged dishonorably, loses his pension, and he's fucked.
You have to punch a drill sergeant in the face.
He basically he still had to go. He still had to go to Afghanistan.
Oh yeah, he still had to go, so it didn't work.
He broke his leg, but there were some women who got knocked up and they had to go back later. They got knocked up and later on. Once they gave birth, they still had to go.
I wouldn't say that.
No, no.
Well, that would have been a separate deployment.
Yeah, that would have been separate.
Yeah, it would have been different. Yeah,
but
yeah,
still, for the sake of the baby.
And what happened if she got pregnant
that's
again?
Minority, in my opinion. That's definitely the minority.
Eventually,
the majority of them,
has to go
I definitely see them either.
I think so. Yeah,
I
think eventually they'll
no. It's either on the boat or on base or whatever it is. Anytime there's some type of major deployment, whether it's 6 to 12 months, I see a gigantic influx of women getting pregnant. Influx, right?
Oh yeah.
What the fuck is a man gonna do if he doesn't want to go get deployed? What is he gonna do? He will literally have
shoot
to
himself in the foot.
Commander's office. He will literally have to walk up to the commander's office and say, "Hey, you know what? I fucked your wife last night," and karate chop him in the throat. But he will get disarmed.
Or he desert, flee to Canada or something.
Deploy a woman with a baby in her. It's not safe for the baby.
Well, no, we get that. Yeah.
But Elena, that's why they
timing.
Do it. That's why they do it.
But
that's why they get pregnant. That's the whole reason why. You know?
Like, okay, how long do you often, like, just your average deployment? How long do they give you?
Well, when it comes to before you get deployed.
Yeah. Like, how much notice do you get that? Like, hey, I'm coming up for deployment soon. Like, how usually like a year in advance, right?
A year in advance, or earliest 3 months in advance.
Yeah, the earliest, but usually you'll get, about 6 to 12 months at notice. Usually it's 8. If I recall correctly, it's 8.
Yes.
So then
the earliest is straight up 3 months. You got to go. And let's say World War III starts, a month.
Oh, less than that. Fucking tomorrow.
Or
less Your ass should have been on that Osprey yesterday.
No. I'm just saying because, like, you know how it is when you have to go to
mobilize
Vietnam or World War II. We got to have some time to train them, right?
I want to deploy with 6 days notice.
But the biggest thing is, Elena, that's the main reason why women get pregnant. Not all, but a good amount of them. I mean, a good amount of them get pregnant because they already know once they get the quote-unquote clump of cells inside them, they have no choice but to keep them back in the States.
Yeah. That's some women.
And they do that on purpose. Not because they want to create a family.
Some women do. I actually knew someone.
I wouldn't say some. I would say many, based on my experience.
Yeah, like with all the modern technology we have now, there shouldn't be any surprise pregnancies. There really shouldn't.
No fucking excuse, but they do.
Yeah,
it
like
anyway.
you're careless at that point. Like you screwed up. Just like how there's no such thing as a car accident, right? Like almost all of them are avoidable. It's because you weren't paying attention. You're fiddling with your radio or your phone, or you didn't do your maintenance properly.
And that's the thing that a lot of modern women, they struggle. They struggle so hard to hold women accountable. They hold women accountable. That's just something that other women, they just don't want to do, or they just struggle. Like, they're just like, oh, maybe this happened or maybe that happened, blah, blah, blah. No, she either got pregnant by her husband, and she got pregnant by her boyfriend, or she fucked some dude down the street that same night. And she won't have to get deployed. What the fuck is a man going to do?
If she's pregnant by someone on base, definitely the man should be held accountable. But if she's outside,
how? What? Send him to war?
No, wait. Elena, who
because he's contributing. He's actually.
Wait.
Both of them should be held accountable.
Who chooses? Who chooses who get pregnant by? So, who is the person that, hey, I'm gonna have a baby by this person? Is it the woman or the man? Who chooses to actually have that baby put inside them? Like let's keep it real, because if a woman does not want to get pregnant, she's not going to open up her fucking legs.
Yeah, she's got a lot of options to stop the pregnancy.
30 or I think more 30 or more birth control situations. But at the end of the day,
Of which
you really
abstinence is
believe
one of
that a
them.
man has a choice? Say, hey, yeah, hey, baby girl, open up the motherfucking legs. I'm about to put this baby inside you. And especially if the woman is not the husband, not the boy. Like, literally, you really think that some random man, like, hey, come here, baby girl. Yeah, I'm about to make you 9 months pregnant. That doesn't make any sense
Just say
at
no.
all.
If he's in the military and he knows she's in the military and they're both about to be deployed, he could just say no. If she opens her legs, he could say, I'm going to pass. I'm not going to put a baby in you.
But a woman can easily say, yeah, I'm not going to fuck you and get pregnant. She's the one that has to carry the baby for the next 9 months.
Now, how often do you
I
think
would
this
not
happens each
fuck-
year?
If I
Like
was a man, I
twice?
would not fuck the woman. If that's the case, it's not the worth the risk.
I mean,
Why would you believe
yes,
her?
we walk away and we get a doll from Dollhouse Phil, and then women are like, "These men ain't shit."
Okay, that's their problem.
If a man say, hey, oh, you say no? I guess you don't have a choice. He's going to prison.
Of course he's going to prison. But I'm
So,
saying if she's
when it
open
comes
and
to-
offering it, he could just say no, and then they won't.
Hey, I'm gonna explain this right quick. When it comes to a woman, she is a gatekeeper of sex. She is the one that chooses who and who cannot go inside her. When it comes to a man, he is a gatekeeper of commitment. He is the one that chooses who and who he is not going to commit to when it comes to taking care of her, when it comes to resources and protection. So that's what I'm saying. A woman, she is clearly the one that says, hey, you know what? I'm going to take this risk to carry your baby for 9 months. But the man is like, hey, you know what? I've been fucking you for a while. Yeah, we may be friends with benefits, or, you know, we've been together for a while. But you know what? I don't want to deal with you anymore. What is the woman going to do? Vice versa. If she gets pregnant, what is the man going to do? What the fuck can he do? What is the woman going to do if a man say, you know what, I don't want to take care of you, I don't want to be with you anymore? You think the woman's going to stop him? No. Same thing as if she gets pregnant. You really think that the man is able to stop her?
Wait, stop. Wait. You mean the guy
I'm
that's
saying, hey, I'm
Stop.
pregnant, I have your baby. You really think the man's like, you know what, I don't want you to have this baby. Get rid of that baby right now. Who has the ultimate say at the end? The woman. So vice versa. Hey, where are you going? You know, we've been together for a year or two. What do you mean you don't want to be together anymore? I don't want to fuck with you anymore. I'm going to be doing my own thing. I want to be single. What is that woman going to do? She can't do anything. She can't make a man stay. Same as the man cannot dictate to, hey, get rid of that baby. He can't. It's different at the end of the day. The woman has the last say when it comes to pregnancy. The man has the last say when it comes to taking care of you and being committed to you.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have to say about that?
So what I'm trying to dissect. So you're saying that because the woman has the last say once she gets pregnant, it's not really.
He has no say.
The man has no say in it, even if he's
No,
the
he
father of the
doesn't.
child.
He doesn't. like he can't do anything about it, right? Whether she wants to abort the baby or she wants to have the baby, he can't say anything. He can't. So when it comes to the man
and whatnot, but yes, I
I'm
looked
just
into
saying,
it a
when
little
it comes to the man, what can the woman say if the man's like, I don't want to be with you anymore? What, you think the woman can force that man to stay?
Of course not.
So that's pretty much what it is. That's
Even though they try.
She can
Oh,
try.
baby, if you leave me, I'm gonna kill myself.
Let me help you. Do a backflip. Yeet.
My ex-boyfriend said that to me. He said if I left him, he'd kill himself.
But Elena, you
Which
you
is
see what
feminine
I'm
behavior.
talking about,
That's
the difference.
bitch made stuff.
But you see what I'm talking about when it comes to the difference between men and women, right?
Suicide.
No, I'm serious, Elena. I'm serious. Do you
Frightening.
see the difference?
No, I still don't. I honestly don't. I don't.
Okay,
I
so
think if it's her baby, she has a right, but I think the female soldier should be.
can the man say
punished for that.
anything? Can the man say anything, whether she can have the baby or not? Can
I like that we started
they-
this conversation.
Hold on. Put this in. Can the man say anything, whether she has a baby or not?
No, once she gets, the
So-
only thing he had was when she was when he was.
But that's what I'm talking about.
had the chance
Vice
to screw her
versa.
or not. That was his
But
say.
vice-
Once he abandoned that say, that's it. Once he had
But
sex,
vice versa,
because
Elena.
no birth
You just
control is
ign-
100%.
No. You just acknowledge that men have, well, the man that she's with literally have no say on whether she wants to keep the baby or not.
Once she
None,
gets pregnant,
right?
that's it. Only
That's what I'm saying.
only say you have is having sex with her. You know that
So
birth control is
who
not
has the
100%.
ultimate say
You're
on
not risking
who she gets pregnant by or not, for the most part?
Who has to say? Whoever fucks her.
Who has the ultimate, the last say on
The woman.
who? So vice versa, who has the last say on who they stay committed to or not when it comes
Man,
to a man versus woman? If a man say, you know what, I don't want to be with you anymore, peace out. What can the woman do? She can't do shit.
That's his
She can't do shit. You know, he can literally walk out one day like, you know what, I'm gonna go after your cousin now.
Damn.
What can you do?
nothing. That's
You
it.
can't really do much.
But it shows the
So that's what I'm
context
saying.
there.
The woman is the gatekeeper of sex. The man is a gatekeeper of commitment.
Relationships.
Relationships, yeah, pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, of course. If you think,
So-
since you guys apply science, if you think about it in terms of it, women are accepting the risk. They're getting pregnant. They have to use the resources to bring the baby to term. So, of course, they're going to have more of a choice. They want the best quote unquote potential partner, in theory, right?
In theory.
But that's I'm saying, can any woman stop a man from walking away?
No, of course not. You stop your
Right? Oh, you can say, oh, but women can walk away too. But at the same time, who's really losing? Because a man, for the rest of his life, as long as he has his life together, he can always get a woman. Can a woman say the same thing when she's 45 or 50 years old? Because I'm gonna let you know right now. More likely than not, a man ain't gonna give a fuck about her career.
Again, it goes back to the difference.
Sugar daddy. I mean, not sugar daddies, but I've seen some women with some young guys to get them for money and whatnot. If they
But are these
Oh, yeah,
guys
that's the thing.
committing to her?
yeah.
Okay, like,
And what
actually
happens when she
committing?
stops being pretty?
No, I mean older women, 40, 50, you know.
Yeah, I don't quite
Oh,
understand
oh.
that phenomenon. That's the PS5 secured meme.
Yeah. I don't think Elena is actually seeing what I'm trying to
Do
say.
you know anyone?
I
Do
think
you
she's trying
personally
to
know
point
anyone?
out these
Yeah, I actually know someone.
exceptions.
Okay.
Yeah,
Who did like the reverse gold dig?
basically, like she said, she don't get with no older guys. She was shitting on older guys. She said she can't stand their voices. It's
Well,
like smoking. And
How can she get with older guys if the older guys don't want her in the first place?
She
Well,
has,
almost-
she said she's not. She doesn't want to get with them. She would get with younger guys because she had the money. She was like on a
That's
radio.
cool.
Yeah. So
These
she's
older
getting
men
with
ain't
younger
gonna get
guys.
with her.
No. The guy gets a PS5 out of her, and she gets her back blown out by a 20-year-old. Right?
Which is fine, but at the end of the day, like I said, are these men committing to her long term?
I would say if the money. Okay.
Yeah,
Do you
she's
think,
playing.
Elena, if the
I
money
don't
dried
know.
up, the guy would stay?
Holy moly!
Probably not.
Hey,
But
Probably not. I mean, the same applies.
Oh,
The same
my
applies
God.
in reverse too, right? If
so
a woman got a sugar daddy,
character.
yeah. If a woman got a sugar daddy and the money dried up, oh god, her ass would be gone.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
So that doesn't say anything about men or women. That's just financial greed. That's just human nature in general.
Exactly. And that's my
Yeah.
whole
No.
Yeah, it doesn't say much about men or women.
Hold on,
Because
hold on,
if
hold on,
the
hold
same
on.
is true, but come on, Yeet, you know the same is true both ways, right? If you got a sugar daddy or a
It can
sugar mama,
always be both
and the money
ways.
dries up,
The rule, but once again, the minority does not. The exception does not make the rule.
well, no, hang on. I know that there are more sugar daddies than there are sugar mamas, but that doesn't invalidate. Like, I'm not trying to establish a rule off their existence. What I'm saying is that there are financial reasons. Financial motivation is usually stronger than any other type of motivation.
Which is fine, but how many women or older women actually having that type of situations?
Not many. No, not many. Like I said, there's definitely a lot more sugar daddies than there are sugar mamas.
So once again, the minority does not make the rule for the majority.
Well, I'm not trying to make a rule out of it, though.
No. I'm just saying the overall premises, the general aspect, right? Because a lot of things we talk about, especially in the sphere, is usually general.
Yeah.
A man is not going to commit to an older woman. He's just not, right? I understand what you're saying, Producer Tim, when it comes to financial incentives.
But yeah. So absent the financial incentive, then what is there? And the answer is nothing. Because you're not healthy enough to bear my children.
Nothing.
Right? I don't want to take that risk.
Love or companionship?
You hit wait no. Okay. Okay. Tim, can you explain?
Okay. Where do I start with this one? First of all, love and companionship are emotional terms that can't be quantitative, so they're terrible to use in an argument, right? You can't quantify what love and companionship is, right?
I'm not using an argument.
Now you can quantify utility, and I think what we call love and companionship is actually utility. What do women generally want men for? What is their role in the relationship?
As a provider.
Provider, yeah, resources, right? Money, security, right? That's what love and companionship is when you quantify it, right? He provides a house, he provides a car, he can provide stable income, right? Food on the table every night. Now, what does the man want from the woman?
Hopefully the same.
No, we don't want money. We don't want security from women. We want loyalty. We absolutely want loyalty. Because we don't want you sleeping with every man on the block. And honestly, that shouldn't be that controversial of a statement, but apparently it is.
Today. A lot of women.
The majority of men do not give two fucks about your career, your degree, your income.
It's not about the career.
I don't want you
to take care of herself. She could take, if she's not able to, a marriage should be 50-50.
Oh no. And don't misunderstand this. The marriage is not 50-50 because you're trading apples and oranges. We want different things from each other, right? I want you. What I value in women and what most men generally value in women is their loyalty, their submission, and I'm not talking like BDSM submission or any other kink or any like abusive submission. I mean, let the man make the decisions, let the man pay for everything, right? And in return, you give your loyalty. You give him respect. Right?
I think it should be both ways.
Are you following the line of logic here?
I follow it, but I think it should be both ways. I think that's part of the problem because men are, well, you guys are asking for more from women, which I'm glad for. But I think in a marriage, the whole ideal that the man has to be the sole provider is just toxic. Like I said,
Elena, what do you mean by 50-50? That's the biggest question I have. What do you mean by 50-50?
Basically, it could be from work to like if let's say the woman is a stay-at-home mother, she's putting all her time and resources into taking care of the household, raising kids.
Okay.
If the man's a stay-at-home dad, he's putting all his resources while the woman's out there working and whatnot.
I see what you mean. Yeah. So when you said 50-50, I thought you meant money.
No.
Okay, I get it. Right. Do half the work. Yes. Yeah. Calcan's got it right in the chat. Where's the sandwich at? Yes. If I'm going to be a sole, now remember, sole income households are getting more and more rare these days. It's difficult to, oh, by the way, stay-at-home dads do exist. They do exist. They're not common, but they exist. Sometimes it's just disability, right? Sometimes he got injured in a work accident, and so he stays at home because that's all he can do. He can barely walk.
But
like they exist.
Elena, so they said 50-50. So do you expect your man that probably worked 12 to 14 hours a day shift, right? If he's a sole provider, do you expect him to come right after work, come in and uh, cook food or do the dishes and all that crazy shit right after he comes home after work? Do you expect him to do that type of shit?
No.
And a proper healthy relationship should be, okay, I'm at work and I send you a text saying, you know what, could you bring some steaks home tonight? I want to grill some for some guys who are coming over. And hey, get yourself something nice too. Right?
Yeah.
That is your quintessential suburban marriage right there.
Wait.
That's me. That's the man, right? His sole income saying, hey, can you take care of some business at home so that when I get home, things are ready? And by the way, you can use my money to get yourself something too.
Sure. Something wrong with that.
Yeah, I think that's a very healthy relationship.
I think it's
Meanwhile,
has to be balanced.
yeah. Meanwhile, there are some days where it's
hey.
like, hey,
No. I'm gonna have to put that out there. I'm gonna say right now, Elena, so we don't get any, confusion. There is no 50-50 relationship, especially if you're saying that 50-50 equals stuff, right? I don't know if you mean that or not, but I don't believe in that 50-50 bullshit.
I don't think it exists anymore. I think what happens is, well, first of all, feminism got in a lot of women's heads saying that, well, no, it all has to be a one-way street. He goes out and works, but if he comes home expecting a clean house and a submissive wife, well, that's just chauvinist. And it's like, well, hang on a second there. Then why do I have to pay for anything? Go live on your own. I'll use you for the booty call. Well, no, that's misogynist. Yeah, see? You're trying to play both sides of the aisle at the same time.
If I have to take care of everything and the woman is just doing things here and there and she expects to be equal, she's nothing more than a fucking person that have to babysit. Nothing more than that. If she ain't out there trying to make sure that, or if she ain't out there trying to compliment my life to make sure that the fact that I am a provider for the family, she ain't out there trying to make sure that my life is a lot easier. For example, if I have some, and I'm gonna steal this from Poor Man Podcast. If I had some business out there and if I have to travel from where I'm at to Houston, I expect her to put in the information to book the flight. I expect her, if I have to get up and work early in the morning, I expect her, hey, fix me at least a cup of coffee. Shit, you don't even have to fucking cook, which will be preferable. But if you can't even help me out when it comes to my life to make it easier, you're just a liability to me.
By the way, Elena, do you think the average woman can cook?
Average woman, in my opinion, in 2022 can't cook.
No.
Cannot cook. They will burn a pot of water.
It's
Agreed. They can't cook.
My mom had to work too. My dad worked as well. They worked at the same place, but it's been shifting now with majority of women just working. They can't cook. People
can't cook.
Just can't cook. I mean,
I can cook just fine. I had
this one feminist a few days ago tell me, "Oh, men in general can't cook," but
bullshit. Who had the barbecues going on July 4th?
Yeah, agreed. I'm like, I put a post on my community tab. I'm like, everybody, put in your favorite recipe. Literally, not one fucking woman put a recipe in my goddamn comments. Not one. And on top of that,
I make. All right, what's your favorite recipe? Put your mouth where your.
It's either surf and turf or chicken Alfredo.
Not bad. Okay, I make myself. So I love to go for spaghetti, right? So pasta and meat sauce, but I make a cheddar ball meatball, right? So
really?
What is it? Sliced green onions or diced green onions, mixed with shredded cheese. A little bit, a touch of ground. The fresher the ground black pepper, the better. Right, and then smash that into a meatball.
Hold up, what kind of cheese?
So generally it could be marble. right? Any type of cheddar will do. What you don't want like any type of soft cheese. So like the goat cheese, the cottage cheese, right? You don't want that. That's too soft.
Agreed. And that's what I'm saying. Majority.
The cheddar meatballs, though, oh, they're a huge hit. Oh, they love them, right? Think of it, right? You bite into a meatball and you get this explosion of cheese in your mouth, and you weren't expecting it.
Do you use marinara sauce or no sauce?
So depending on how much time I have, so if I do slow cook in the crock pot, then I make it from scratch from base tomato sauce. Otherwise, I will just grab a can from the supermarket of pasta sauce.
Agreed. I'm trying to tell the feminists, hey, who are the top cooks in the fucking world? I only know all, but I know there's like this one woman. I forgot her name. That's what crazy it is.
Martha Stewart is the most famous woman cook.
Yeah. Majority of men in the world that are top cooks, top chefs, are men. And she had the audacity to say, "Oh, men in general can't cook." I guarantee you. See, that's the thing.
I guarantee you, I can make a better beef Wellington than you do.
Me? Oh, I never really tried a beef Wellington before. I'm not gonna lie.
I went through a phase where I was, like in South Park where Randy's always watching cooking channels.
Right.
Yeah, I went through a small phase like that too. Didn't always turn out. Though? That's fine. As a man, I can admit that not all my dishes turn out. Sometimes I've had to throw food out and order a pizza.
That's how you learn, though.
Yeah,
that's how you learn.
To me, I had the same. Chicken came out a little too salty.
But Elena, based on what we're talking about right now, do you see the danger that modern women are in right now? Majority of things that men are doing right now, we can do on our own. Right? The only thing that we're looking for at this point, right? Our standards got so fucking low. Not mine, but I'm talking about men in general. Our standards got so fucking low. All that men are looking for these days is fucking companionship, and don't be fucking 50 dudes behind my back. And a lot of these women still can't get that shit right.
Oh.
And even like I said, the companionship, when you break it down, companionship actually can be quantified. It's an attitude, it's a behavior, right? Don't come home from work don't come home from book club and chew my ass out after I spent all day I'm an IT contractor, so I'm fixing people's broken computers, right? And I come home and get my ass chewed out over the dumbest stupid thing.
Did you see my video, Producer Tim?
Which one?
I literally put out a video today about how this woman is like her nagging, her yelling, her gaslighting gave me the biggest headache. And I explained, hey, this is why men, they always, especially in the military, they always stop by the bar and take a few drinks. This is why plenty of men in general, they wait in the driveway for at least 15 to 20 minutes before they go inside that house, because they already know after the entire quote unquote battle, right? Not literal battle, the entire battle that they had to deal with throughout the day, they had to walk into another battle in their own home. And then women act all shocked when the marriage doesn't work out.
Yeah. And it's like, again, when you throw out like these meaningless emotional terms, it's a cover. It's a cover. Well, what do you provide? Well, I'm just here. No, you actually have to quantify it for me. Like, do you cook? Well, no, because every time she turns on the stove, I have to call the fire department. Okay. Does she clean? No, she's too busy spending my money at the spa.
Agreed. Right? I can always get pussy. I can always.
At this point, you're a booty call with extra steps. In that case, go live in your own place, right? Go burn your own food, and then I'll just come over when I need to get my dick wet.
What'd you say, Elena?
Has it always been like us? So you guys are saying you're trying to educate other men to steer clear of these women, and I agree with you. These women sound toxic. They sound like they're just baggage.
I'm not saying that,
because a lot of men will actually they think that they can settle, right? And they think they'll be happy even though, like, yeah, she chews me out every single time I come home, but I gotta stick with it for the kids, you know? And it's like, man, these are warning signs you could have spotted ahead of time.
Right. And once again, I'm not saying that men cannot associate with women. I'm not saying that men cannot have companionship, but me, producer Tim, MGTOW podcast, Great Ghost right now because he's still a new channel, and any other channel that makes my content, we warn them, hey, if you gotta deal with all these red flags or all this fucking drama from today's women, you have the choice to walk away. You don't have to stay.
And
You
some
don't.
men just don't know, right? Like some men are like, well, what does it matter if she banged 20 guys in college? That's not her now. And it's like, no, that's not true. And here's some of the science to back that up. You know what pair bonding is, right?
Honestly, quite frankly, most guys are shocked when they're presented with the concept that their thoughts and feelings are actually worth something.
I agree.
So,
What's pair bonding?
Uh-oh, science time.
science
boy.
time!
Oh,
Bill
boy.
Nye, science cuck. I'm doing a shuffle dance right now, although you can't see
Yeet,
me.
do you want
So just,
wait,
I'm just curious.
Yeet, do you want me to get in on this and give the explanation?
You mind if Gray explains
Go
him?
for it. Go for it.
Yeah, go ahead, Gray.
So essentially, pair bonding is the emotional bond between two human beings that is more or less essential. Like, the fewer partners a woman has, statistically, the less likely she is to divorce. If a woman has had 0 prior partners, there's only a 20% chance that she'll divorce her husband. If she's had 1 prior partner, it goes up to 40, and the number just keeps increasing from there. So a woman's prior sexual partners do matter to how emotionally attached she is to a man for a long-term relationship. And there's scientific information to back this up.
Yeah,
pair bonding
the
is
physiological response. Like
Yeah,
the
you know about
actual
the
the chemicals released in your brain when you are with a companion. Right? So
It
the
pretty much
physiological
helps with-
response is weaker every single time you get with a different man. Now,
Because
for men, the opposite is true. Men always pair bond the strongest with their current woman,
agreed.
whereas women always pair bond the strongest with their first man.
And this is where a lot of women, they can't comprehend the situation. And I already know it's going to be a lot of blowback from Elena, right? Because majority of women, they refuse or they just, can't believe this is happening.
Oh, we'll give you a good example.
Elena, men,
Are you familiar? Are you familiar with Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith?
Wait, why is that an example?
Who does Jada always talk about? Yeet? Is it Will?
I was talking on the men's side.
Oh, no,
That's all-
yeah, not the men's side, but the female pair bonding. You can see
All right.
this
Okay,
in
okay.
female pair bonding. You can see the perfect example with the relationship with Jada and Will Smith. Jada talks a lot about the guy she never, the guy Tupac, right, who died, Tupac Shakur. To the point where Willow Smith was writing letters to her dead stepfather. Right? Women have that's the pair bonding in action. While she's sleeping, she still mentions the rapper. Who's that rapper guy that she slept with? She was cheating on Will with.
You talk about August?
Yeah, August Ames. Right? She still talks about him. Even though she's married. She's married and in a committed relationship with another man, and she had children with him. Right?
And with a man of value, and once again, Will Smith, love his movies, love his TV shows, but he is a sorry piece of shit.
A cuck.
Yeah, he's weak.
He's Jack Murphy levels.
That ever sipped a sip.
Yeah,
Because
but
remember, Uncle Phil threw out Jazz out the house, right? I would definitely do the exact same thing if Jada did that shit. I'm telling you, bro.
yeah, what I'm saying is it's a good illustration of the pair bonding response in real life. Because sometimes you need, we explain these terms and whatever, but you need a real life example to just illustrate. Oh, okay, so here's yeah, I can see the concept in action when a woman's talking about previous relationships that she hasn't been in 20 years. This is why men get so threatened by women finding ex-boyfriends, right? It's like, oh yeah, this guy I banged in high school. And it's like, oh, okay. Because we know she formed the strongest pair bond with the first man she slept with, which was likely that high school sweetheart.
Yep, it's always the first man. Always. Right? Because she's not the only example. We can explain countless other examples, but the fact that she won't shut the fuck up about a man that's been dead for 26 years should be enough of an example of how pair bonding works.
Who, Jada Pinkett?
Yeah, she won't shut the fuck up about Tupac for the last 26 years.
Just Google Jada Pinkett Smith, Tupac.
But she's...
She won't shut the fuck up, especially she's been married since 1990. What? To Will Smith?
And how long has Tupac been dead?
I've seen other examples, like a Britney Spears stalker. That guy's been obsessed with her. And
I wouldn't correlate with that.
That's not pair bonding. That is
it's not.
That's the thing.
That's
using
a mental disorder.
Pseudoscience, right? Is this a pseudoscience or is this grounded? Because a lot of this stuff.
This is actual science.
You know what? Do your own research.
Well, I am.
You can absolutely look it up.
So far, it's not really. I'm not really getting like.
So when you fuck your first dude, you will never. Websites. So here's the difference. I'm sure you remember. I don't know if it's your husband or not. You don't have to let me know if it's true or not. You don't. But women will always remember the first dude that they fucked. Always.
And again, it's a physiological response, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you're predisposed to act on it, or destiny says you're going to cheat on your husband with your first high school boyfriend. I'm not saying that at all.
Well, what I'm saying is
you have the strongest physiological reaction to him.
You will always remember the first person you fucked. That is definitely not. I'm talking about.
And we have a name for the male one. Right, we have a term for the male pair bonding, which is one-itis.
Yeah, I agree. But what I'm trying to say is, you will always remember the first two you fucked. That goes for a majority of women. You will never, ever, 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 ever fucking forget. You will always remember him for the rest of your fucking life, for the most part. A man, most likely, will not remember the first woman he fucked.
I don't.
I'm just saying, for the most part, he would not remember. He wouldn't. I'm just saying, as many, and once again, this is not for all men. It's not for all men. It's for the men that's actually able to get some. Because majority of men, especially in 2022, they ain't able to have a woman look his way. But for the men that's able to actually get some, a lot of men, especially if you're getting some a lot, you will literally forget the first woman's name. Like, like, what the fuck is her name? I don't remember. Like, I probably did fuck her, but.
Alena, are you familiar with how clingy men can get sometimes, especially like weak beta men? They get real clingy, right? They're like, yeah. So that is one-itis. That's the male version of pair bonding. They are most attached to the woman they're currently with, right? So once, you can see this in reverse. Anytime women talk about their guy being way too clingy, yeah, I believe her. I believe she's being too clingy, or he's being too clingy, because that is the male version of pair bonding. It's backed up with science.
What about when Nicki Minaj claims she doesn't like snuggling after sex?
Wait, what'd you say?
Nicki Minaj, I believe. She claims she doesn't like snuggling after sex because the guy is weaker. Like, you really think, like, that's why I say science, you're trying to apply basis and trying to find reasoning, but when there's always outliers, it gets a little bit.
She married a sex offender.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know if Nicki Minaj is a good upstanding example.
Not a good example.
It's not an upstanding example. It's an example of a woman who says, "Oh, this is a less of a man." Does it make it true?
No. Nicki Minaj is the top 0.001% of women that, honestly, with today's day and age, she honestly doesn't have to get married if she doesn't want to.
I wouldn't. Oh yeah, you remember when Kevin Samuels called her a 9 out of 10?
Don't
That-
remind me.
Mm.
Don't remind me.
Okay, that was a bitch move on Kevin Samuels. She is
Yeah, what the fuck were you thinking, man?
Yeah, she wears a lot.
9 out of 10 my ass.
That's no
Well,
surprise. She doesn't look the same she looked years ago, but
still, like even when look, take the best music video of her, she's all airbrushed and shopped, right?
Yeah.
Still, not a 9 out of 10.
I say in her prime, she was a 7. In her
Yeah.
prime.
And I mean, look, that ass is out of the world, but her proportions are ridiculous. I don't find that attractive in a woman.
Oh, some Barbie shit. That's why she portrayed the Barbie personality.
Yeah.
That's true. She was all about that. She pretty much was a dialed up. But gentlemen, I have to go. But
Right.
it was very insightful. I know we don't agree on some things, and that's fine at the end of the day. But what I want to do is I want to find these other feminist groups, and I think it's crucial we reach across the aisle and we kind of talk about these things. It's how we resolve these problems, So I'm grateful of that.
Elena, I'm glad that you are. I don't know if you're subscribed or not, but hey, I'm glad that you're here. You're trying to learn where modern men, what they're going through right now, currently, when it comes to the dating market. Because once again, I'm gonna say it right now, are the complete exception. Because I will say 97%, or no, I'm being too generous. 99% of women out there don't give a fuck how a man feels. Don't give a fuck what a man thinks about. We are just walking ATMs to them, and we work and die.
And honestly, we do want what's best for women too. If I can add my kind of final thought on this, because
Agreed.
we know that when a woman says, I'm going to focus on my career, and then she's 40 in the bathroom swallowing pills of Xanax, this is the inevitability, because you were misled by the false song of feminism into going against your human nature. So, and I get it, men ain't shit too. There are a lot of men fucking up out there too, and we don't go easy on them.
Yep, and once again, I don't know how to read your name. I really don't. If she's not the exception, if she's not the exception, hey, it's all good, right? And this other person said that, no, Roma Army Center. Hey, it's all good in the neighborhood, but at the end of the day, if I don't know if she has her own channel or not. I don't know. I personally, I don't know who she is, but at the end of the, what's up?
You don't want to shill anything?
No, I have nothing to shield. I'm just trying to get into.
Do you have a channel?
No channel.
See, and that's the biggest thing. If she had a channel, it would have been a completely different story. But also at the end of the day, once again, I can tell if a woman is here just to get some fucking clout, because this woman will try to troll the fuck out of all of us and try to get us triggered, like hardcore triggered. And that happened before, right?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, there's once again 0.00001% of women out there that's curious to what we have to say. And what the fuck am I going to do? Say, oh, you have an XX chromosome. Get out of here. Get out of my domain. You're banished. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's just bitch-made stuff. Like, if you can't defend your ideas, then what's the point of having them?
Agreed. And she had her own perspective, and
she defended her ideas. She was willing to look critically at the things we were saying. That's all we wanted. That's all we ever asked for.
Agreed. And once again, like I explained on on Rishi's channel last night.
Who's not a real mushroom, by the way.
Yeah, he's not a real mushroom. If you're not willing to say like, you know what? Maybe there is that one or two person that say, hey, I'm curious what you have to say. I'm just trying to learn. Elena ain't trying to say, oh, you fucking incels. Oh, you guys ain't shit. Oh, you sorry pieces of trash living in your mom's basement eating a bunch of M&Ms. Like that's not what she's saying whatsoever. And the fact that I've noticed, especially in Rishi's channel, that as soon as somebody has a different opinion, everybody turns against that person. If you do that shit, you're no different than the motherfuckers. Uh, not motherfuckers. Well, they're pretty much motherfuckers. You're no different than the radical feminists. You're no different whatsoever.
Yeah.
If you believe that,
It was nice talking to you, Elena.
Yeah, likewise. And final say, it's just I just don't agree with the dictator roles. Like I want to do what makes me happy, and that's what I do. If women want to work, they can work. Whatever they want to do to make them happy, they can. If I want to play video games, I can. If I want to do a masculine thing and it makes me happy, I can. It shouldn't define me. It shouldn't affect me. It shouldn't change my gender. I don't agree. I think people should be happy who they are and be who they want to be, as long as they're not harming anyone else. And that's my final say.
No, it's fine. But at the same time, why can't? And once again, this is your relationship, your relationship only. But in general, why in 2022 a man can't lead his household anymore?
Lead it?
Yes, lead.
Sure, if he can.
Once again, it's not your relationship. I'm saying in general. Like, you believe a man can still lead his household when it comes to making sure that his family is good to go, becoming being a provider, protector? Because ain't no fucking way, at least in my opinion, if I get into a relationship and she's able to say, oh yeah, I pay for half of this, I pay for half of that, everything is half, but as soon as, fucking ninjas break into my goddamn house, I'm the one that had to put my life on the line. Why can't she?
She should. She should be there to help you.
I'm just saying, why can't she go down there and fight the fucking ninjas?
Why not? You both could go there together.
But that's the thing.
No problem with that.
But that's the thing. A lot of women out there these days, they want their cake and eat it too.
I agree. And they should be held accountable, and you gentlemen are doing that. But I would be back. I mean, honestly, I want to talk more. I want to read more, and I want to learn more. And I want to try to find these other groups and talk to these women and see what they think. But I agree with you guys on a lot of things. Some things I can't agree with. It's no matter what you tell me. I just don't see it.
It's all good. It's all good. It's no point of having this conversation if everybody
we all agree with each other.
Everything. Yeah.
Like actually, one of the strongest areas that Drex and I disagree on is that Drex thinks it's over. That Chronic's going to go to Asia and he's just going to get himself killed because he tries to pick up that yellow fever, right?
Whoa, it's not that bad. What the fuck?
See? Like, we do have divergences. And,
Jesus.
I mean, honestly, it'd be really fucking boring if we didn't.
That is true. That is true. You're probably going to get with the Asian goth bitch. Not gonna lie.
Oh, yeah, and he's going to get himself, like, executed by the Emperor of Japan. The ghost of Shinzo Abe.
Wait, how did he get to the Emperor of Japan?
he went looking for a dragon lady.
I'm sorry. Executed for the Emperor of Japan. Oh, my bad, Elena. My bad.
You're fine. You're fine. But we will continue. Maybe sometime I can bring my husband and I'm going to talk to him about this. And, like I said, we've been discussing a lot of things. I think it's a problem. I think, honestly, it is a problem. And it should be looked into.
Oh, it's all good. Hey, if you want to bring your husband on, it's all good. It will be a perfect opportunity to talk about his experience when it comes to today's standards of relationships or marriage.
By the way, I ask him a question to get his brain stirring. Okay, let's pretend your relationship for whatever doesn't exist anymore, and he has to go and date in today's world. Ask him how comfortable he'd feel going out into the dating market.
Ask him that. I will ask him that. Actually, he's right here. So what I'll do, I'll ask him. I'm going to hop on off, but I will. But we will continue this again, guys. And thank you so much for having me here. And it was a blessing to be able to talk to you guys and kind of pick your brain a little bit. And thank you.
Hey, no problem. Peace out.
And take care.
Oh, what an interesting conversation. I'm on here a lot longer than I expected, but at the end of the day, she wasn't the typical, oh, you misogynist incel motherfuckers. It was a pretty good conversation.
So her or Croaky, which would you rather? Who'd you rather be in a foxhole with in World War III? Her or Croaky?
Elena.
Yeah,
Her.
yeah,
Her.
Elena.
Immediately. She can at
See,
least
we
hand me
are
the
harsher
grenades.
on guys than we are women.
She can hand me the grenades at least, right?
Yeah. Fucking Croaky would be like triggered.
He'll be in the fetal position like oh, he'll be freaking. He'll be having a seizure on the ground.
Yeah.
But producer Tim, what do you have to say to the Warband when it comes to the topic or anything we talked about?
Yeah, so the one thing I really wanted to make a point on, which I touched on earlier, is that, like social media and Tinder were around in the 90s and 80s. They were just called different things, right? It was called the classifieds in the newspaper, and the 1-800 numbers, and like letter writing, matchmaking,
Like the
right?
personal.
Yeah. So
Wait, I gotta stop you, Tim. Channel, not me. What the fuck? Channel knows what I'm talking about.
I'd be in a hole with Hop and Hermit and Angler.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
fuck me, right?
you
Like
know
I'm
what?
just.
You know what? You boys enjoy your holes then. That's all I can say.
Well, we may have no choice if things get ugly out here. Like,
I tell you what, Yeet. Me with the camouflage face paint and the tomahawk, and you with the military experience. Okay, so what did you do in the army, anyways?
what'd you say?
What'd you do in the army? Were you
Infantry.
just like just infantry? Okay, yeah. So I'll give you the broken ass M14, and then I'll just have a
Oh,
tomahawk.
that's fucked up.
I'll go fucking Connor on those bitches. Assassin's Creed 3.
I'd be scared if somebody was running at me with a tomahawk.
Are you kidding me, man? You know how many bullets it would take to actually put me down?
If I see some dude like just charging me with face
Going,
paint, I'd be like, "Yo, what the fuck? Like, yo, who is this guy?"
I'd be weirded out too.
The real Tim Pool, motherfuckers.
I'll be running the opposite direction, man. Like, what the fuck?
Also, rip earphone users.
Oh shit! I'll be so, gentlemen. Not gonna lie. Like once again, it's different if it was just a gunfight. But if I see some dude climbing out of the trenches with a tomahawk, dude, like I'm telling you, I'd be like, "Yo, this guy does not give a fuck about his life or mine." Right? That
Yeah.
makes it even more scary. What if my gun
Tim
jammed?
Pool with a pink beanie and a tomahawk. I mean, Tim Pool would be dangerous with a tomahawk, man. I couldn't shoot him. He's too fucking short. I'd be like, fuck,
Honestly-
I can't hit him. I can't hit this guy.
Honestly,
It'd be like
it'd
fucking.
be-
Do you remember Odd Job in Goldeneye?
yeah.
Yeah, it'd be that. It'd be like shooting a Tim Pool.
It will be interesting, like if you like play some memes on a speaker, like a mini speaker. Like if you just, I don't know. I just think that'd be pretty hilarious.
You
if
know what? I'd play the Canadian national anthem and I'd burn your White House down again.
Wait, what the fuck? You with the U.S. Army? Why are you playing the Canadian?
You pop from the ground like Vietnam. But you gotta remember, man. Our fucking our Indian yelling scared the Vikings. Right? You walk alone in that forest and you hear them Indian yelling, fucking piss their pants.
Is it scarier than the Aztec whistle? I learned about that.
Similar. No,
last
I mean we're pretty similar. I just did it on the microphone for you. I don't know if it came through clearly.
Oh, it came through clearly. Don't worry about that.
It's
I'm
him.
telling
sorry.
you, man,
I
that
gotta-
fucking scares motherfuckers.
Imagine if like you hear that coming behind you. Oh, Canada.
Terre de Nosaille.
What the fuck?
Trois Françaises, les fleurs glorieuses.
Yeah, it's actually the First Amendment in Canada is that you have to know the national anthem in both French and English. That's our
Oh
First
shit! I'm
Amendment.
definitely not surprised either. Because once again, like I'm a big fan of wrestling, right? I'm a big fan of wrestling. I watch various wrestling promotions, and like I shouldn't be surprised, but I am surprised of how many Canadian wrestlers are there. There's a
Oh,
lot.
fucking yeah, man. Well, the Hart family is from here in Calgary.
Yep.
Fucking
Best
the
there
Hitman,
is,
man.
the best there was, and the best there ever will be.
Fucking Bret the Hitman Hart, man.
He should
Owen
have.
Hart, rest his soul. God rest his soul.
He should have got 20 championships, in my opinion, Bret Hart.
Yeah.
Bret the Hitman.
See, here's the thing. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta address this. Sir Yeets, it's fake. Listen, the story is fake, but the injuries are real.
Improv combat is still fucking dangerous and requires a lot of technique to pull off convincingly, effectively, and not actually crippling each other on a day-to-day basis.
It's like,
well, you should watch amateur wrestling. We got a guy in our server who streams amateur wrestling, like old bust down nightclub stuff, right? Oh fuck, it's funny.
I did amateur wrestling before, and that shit is no joke.
Was it toe wrestling?
No, actually, I did wrestling from sophomore to senior year in high school, and I wrestled in 155.
No shit.
The weight class, and I'm telling you, gentlemen, if you don't know what you're doing, or if you're caught off guard, like I was a couple times, you're yeeted across the fucking mat. Like I'm telling you, it is not a good feeling, and motherfuckers all over you, right? Like no means no, motherfucker, get off me, like on that type of shit. Like I'm telling you, it is no joke. If you try to go for the state championship as well, you go after the big boys, and they definitely know what they're doing. I lost at the state championships because in like fucking 25 seconds or 30 seconds, he put me in a half Nelson, and that shit fucking hurt. That hurt like a bitch. To
quote Croaky the Frog, I know what it's like to take a hard one to the face, Yeetus.
Sure.
How dare you? But the biggest thing is,
you ever get dick slapped before when you're like doing a ground and pound, right? Fucking guy's dick just hangs down, slaps you right in the forehead.
No, what kind of experience do you have? What the fuck?
Well, okay, look, it started in Vietnam, and I don't know how we ended up in Cambodia, but we did.
Bro. I don't know how we ended up in Cambodia.
So melt.
On that note, goodbye, everyone.
Oh my god. I don't know how we ended up in Cambodia, but that sounds like
this one time in band camp, all right? That's all I'm gonna say.
No. Please don't explain. Let me address this super chat. T96, $2 super chat. Thank you very much. Pantera, the band is back. Tour next year, 2023. I don't know who that is, but
Pantera, yeah, I know who that is.
What genre do they play?
Someone in chat help me out. They are, if I recall, no, hang on.
They're like a rock or band.
They're like a hard rock band, or like really hard rock. Are they power metal? They might be power metal.
Yeah, metal or rock, something like that.
Old school metal, he says.
Yeah, okay, trash metal. Yeah, that's what. Okay, yeah. So, they're pretty grungy, gotta say.
Yeah, I'm the person that will listen to anything besides country, and I only listen to a few songs.
Come on,
you gotta listen to Dick Down in Dallas.
Well, shit, I'm gonna have to look that up. But the main person,
it's the greatest country song ever.
Agreed. Yeah, the main person I listened to was Toby Keith. And he's mainstream, right? He's a mainstream motherfucker. But he has some good songs.
Nah, chat, tell him Yeetus would love Dick Down in Dallas.
What kind of, like, are you making me nervous right now? Especially with
she's getting Dick Down to Dallas, railed out in Raleigh, tag team up in Tennessee.
Wait. Oh shit! What the fuck?
Anal in Austin, butt fucked in Boston, giving neck down in New Orleans.
Wait, are you talking about Trey Lewis?
Yes.
Okay,
listen to that shit.
He's not as big as I thought he was going to be. What the fuck?
No, it's just the greatest song ever. This is the new official Warband theme song, by the way.
I gotta listen to it tonight then. I definitely do. But Tim, do you have anything to say to the Warband? Anything else? Or you good?
No, not really. I think I've covered it all. Fuck, that was a good rum and coke, and now I'm. You can tell I'm getting drunk when I start singing on the mic.
Well, I'm gonna keep going after the stream personally because I have been sipping on some good shit the entire time. Are you gonna show your the channel?
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. You want to see more Producer Tim? Just check us out on the Big Town Podcast. You'll find me and Drexel over there. We dish out red pills daily or weekly, I guess. Yeah, we don't do daily streams. Weekly. We're trying to get back on schedule, but the fucking summer schedule is really messing with us. Of course, Rishi's not a real mushroom. And peace out, y'all.
Hey, peace out, Producer Tim. So,
Peace out.
when it comes to you must like a bit of Johnny Cash as well. Yes, I do. But it's mainstream songs. Ring of Fire and It's All Over. If you guys know what that song is.
My dude,
Like
Johnny Cash is shit.
yeah, that song hits me in the feels, and that's the song that I really do not want to listen to when I'm drinking. It's not the greatest song you want to drink.
Wait, which one? Hurt?
Johnny Cash, It's All Over. It's definitely something. If you definitely went through a hard breakup, it hits you in the feels, especially if you're like plastered, if you're drunk as fuck. Right. It's similar to listening to Drake. You don't want to listen to Drake when you're drunk as fuck.
No, this is actually one that, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, okay, so this is actually called the Johnny Cash Project. I'm sure it's still ongoing, but this video is from 12 years ago. It's basically an online project where a different person animated every single frame of this one Johnny Cash music video. I'll send you the link, Yeet.
All right, I'm definitely down to watch that. But Critical Libertarian, do you have anything to say to the Warband on the topic or anything we talked about?
Well, social media one we already addressed. The one about the abortion thing, I always hated that argument because I had debates with numerous women over it,
Right.
about the whole clump of cells, all that other good crap. And my issue is there's not any form of, there's very little nuance from both sides. Like people are just so far either to the left or the right of it, and they don't even want to talk to each other in that regard. That's the main issue I have with it. I'm like, no one can say like your position about grape and all the other mess.
Yeah, or like a medical condition.
Yeah, like that's a reasonable take to have, and that's actually the same one I have. Like actually, technically I'm pro-choice, but I hate abortions for contraceptive reasons. I don't think that should be a thing anymore. But
yeah, honestly, I'm probably far more extreme than either of you guys, but I do see where you're coming from.
In my opinion, at least in my opinion personally, it's inhumane to make somebody forced to have a child that they did not consent to, or their life is in danger.
I understood the position that producer had. I mean, yeah, it's not the kid's fault if it was forced to be there, but at the same time, you really want to force a person to have a freaking great baby?
No, I think it's beyond fucked up. It's beyond fucked up. I can no.
I completely understand the position. I do.
Like here's my kind of 2 cents. Like, yes, there's some instances of it, but the problem is if you make the exception, then that's just going to become the stated norm.
You're right.
I'd rather save the lives of 1,000 innocents than condemn 10 innocents to death.
But what if it's actual, like, once again, it's one thing to claim, but what if it's actual legit proof?
Like, that's the thing. It's I'm going to take the statistical offset here. Look, if 90% of abortions were due to very legitimate, traumatizing, illegal reasons, that would be one thing. But that is not the reality we live in.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. There will be plenty of women out there.
So if I have to choose one blanket policy, I'm going to save the life of the far more potentially productive net taxpayer. I've stated this before, and I understand it's not something people will agree with. I'm okay that people will disagree with me, and I'd be very angry that I think of this. That's fine. But I see the unborn child as far more valuable than the female who has suffered trauma.
So when it comes to me, as a woman that forces a man to pay child support and being forced to take care of a child for the next 18 or whatever years, it's not similar, but I would say that it relates to her being illegally forced to be pregnant. Like, it's not similar, but I say it's related. That's why I say that, you know what? If she literally had no choice and she doesn't want to keep the baby, why? Well, like, why? No, I would not. I'll be for that abortion at that point, because it's related. Once again, it's not similar. It's related to a man that, hey, this is your baby. I don't care if it's not yours. Go ahead and pay 18 to 21 years of child support.
Now, here would be my counter argument to that. I'd say if she's experienced that, give her the option. Okay, you can abort the child, but if you carry it to term and put it up for adoption, you will get compensation for the time you put into it.
Midtown Podcast, you'd be surprised how fast we will revert to Greg's opinion with the scarcity of resources involved. But see, that's the thing. At the current moment, that's not the case.
Yeah.
I can't say the same thing if shit's out of goddamn control, and at this moment, it's survival. Like, literally, everything you do in your life is just straight up survival.
Like, let me put it this way. The government would jump to my opinion if immigration wasn't an option.
Yeah.
If they couldn't get extra male taxpayers through immigration, they would absolutely force every woman to carry every pregnancy to term, no exceptions, even if she was going to die.
Yeah, that's the reality of things. I'm not going to say that that's the case.
Now, I'm saying, like, look, if we need to have some kind of balance, it's like, okay, women, carry the child to term. You will get government compensation for your time, because that child will be a next tax benefit in the future, either through producing more children themselves or through paying taxes as a man. Like, that's the, I guess, thing. It's public policy decided by the government. So I'm thinking about it in a very sociopathic, what best benefits the existing government at the time. And I think, what does the government need? The government needs taxpayers. How do they get taxpayers? Through reproduction. Is abortion against reproduction? Yes, it is. Therefore, a government focused entirely on resources would be against reproduction.
All I can say is, to summarize this before I possibly get Suzanne, right? If we get any farther than this, feminism is a privilege, not a right.
Yes. Also, I have 1 more minute before I actually do have to go to bed.
It's fine. I repeat, feminism is a privilege. It is not a right. As soon as shit gets fucking nuts, especially what happened in Sri Lanka, I'm telling you right now, gentlemen, and RPM say it all the time. If you don't know who RPM is, look him up. He speaks nothing but facts. As soon as the lights go out, feminism will go out with it. That's like literally not a choice. That's been happening since the dawn of time, since the dawn of society and civilization.
Feminism can only exist in a highly advanced, like first world by our current definition country. It cannot exist in anything less.
I completely agree 100%. But critical libertarian, do you have anything to say to the warband? Anything else? Anything else you want to say, or are you good?
I enjoyed the stream, and heck, I was actually glad I was able to touch base with you on Discord.
Yeah, honestly, I finally, now that I actually know who you are on Discord, I can accept you as a friend because I just got your friend request randomly. And I'm like, who the hell is this? I can't say yes, but I don't want to say no because they might be someone actually useful.
I shoot friend requests all over Warband because I listen to all you guys. And Gray, I'm actually glad you joined. You actually joined officially.
Yeah, well, doing my best to get more content out, but I work full time and I'm streaming with Yeetus a lot, so I gotta try to manage it a bit better.
I keep my circle small, so if you did send me a friend request or whatever, I probably didn't see it. If I don't know you, I ain't gonna respond to you. But
remember,
now that you are,
remember I'm the one that sent you the screenshot about that Ohio thing.
Oh, that's you. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, that's me.
Yes. Yeah, that's a different story then. Because you did send me some good information. You did send me some good intel. All right. Yeah, that's a different story. But everybody else, if I don't know you, or if you're not trying to contribute to the cause, like what Critical Libertarian did, I'm not gonna respond to you. I don't know who the fuck you are. It is what it is. Like I can recognize a shit ton of names, right? Especially the OGs from the chat. But if I don't recognize you, hey, it is what it is. You got to understand. A lot of people, especially on Discord, especially in the Warband in general, you just can't be willy nilly. Oh yeah, I'm everybody's friend. Yay! That's not how life works. There's always that one fucking Judas. Always that one. So
like that dude on freaking like a dude on Guild the other day. I saw that guy spoke to you. I'm like, what the heck?
Oh yeah, that Naruto dude.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell's this dude doing?
How are you going to try to tell me, a member of a warband, what to do, and you try to do it in a demanding way? Listen, I am one of the mean guys of the warband. Very fucking mean. Worst comes to worst, I can be way worse than Chronic. Try me. Damn. Oh, I guess my experience in the military don't mean shit, right?
I'm a military man myself, so yeah, I know how it can be.
Yeah, so you already know Critical. You already know. The audacity. It's like me walking up into the first sergeant or the company commander's office, like, "Hey, I want my leave form signed." like, who the fuck?
All right, well, I do have to bounce. It's past 1 a.m., so if I got to be up in time for work, I got to get some sleep.
Hold up, Gray. Hold up. I'm going to be doing the summary right quick. Thank you, Critical, for joining, and we'll talk to you later. Puniti.
Puniti, brother.
Peace. All right, Gray, quick summary. If you want to talk about what we talked about today or the topic, whatever it is, what do you want to say to the Warband?
Yeah, so the main thing with the social media diary is that, like, women, I honestly don't think they really recognize that they're talking to someone else unless they can physically see someone else's face. And they are constantly chasing the cathartic emotional drug high of reliving certain experiences with their emotions. So at the very least, we can be thankful that on social media they are presenting a significant amount of evidence that promotes the red pill in its own way by exposing the truth, which is contradictory to the societal narrative, which in turn drives men towards channels like this, where we can start to tell them in the various ways beyond women that society is fucking with the perception of men in order to exploit them for resources and time and attention and all the other shit that only men can provide.
I completely agree with what you said. And I'm going to keep it simple, gentlemen. Based on all the shit that me, soon to be Gray, Ribby, On Deck Chronic, Hammerhand, Poor Man Podcast, MTR, RPM, Replicant Fish, and all these other content creators within our manosphere, you wonder, why are we not running out of content yet? I wonder what's going on. Why are they constantly finding new content to find? That is a prime example, chat, of why you should never pillow talk or never ever give any type of your personal information or personal feelings or open up to a fucking female. If they're willing to open up their atrocities to the entire fucking world in front of millions of people for clout or just for validation, just imagine what she would do with your information. Think on that, gentlemen. Think on that. This is Sir Yeetus. Thank you very much for joining this live stream, and hopefully you had a shit ton of gems dropped on you today, and we will see if we're able to do a live stream tomorrow. You know, I'll be in talks with Gray to see what we can do, but regardless, expect new videos. Definitely expect new videos. And we are out. Peace.
Peace out, Warband. You have a good night.
Yes. Everybody have a good night. Don't be staying up all night. Only I can stay up all night.